Good morning. So my last stream cut off on its own, so I didn't have an outro. I had planned on playing a little bit longer that day, but because it cut out and it was not letting me start up another one, it got to the point where if I did come back, it was only going to be for about 20 minutes. So I decided not to come back. So I watched where the stream kind of cut off, went back into my game. Ooh, we're frozen. Oh dear. Hopefully it's not going to do it again. I went back to where it was in my game. Let me make sure I haven't like died again. But I saved it where it happened so that I had... Yep. Okay, we're okay. So I had it where it last recorded and then it cut off right after that. So I put it back there. I pushed my camera angle down a little bit so you can see my dog. She is sitting beside me because she just had surgery yesterday. So she isn't feeling the happiest, and she came in here when I came in here and was laying on the floor, and I didn't want her to lay on the floor. So I dragged our other chair over here and put a blanket on it because she can't really fit in my lap. On my chair. My chair's not wide enough for her, and I want her to be comfortable, so I might have to pause at some point if she decides she doesn't want to be in here anymore. But for now, she's trapped in here with me, and she's just kind of been a couch potato. You can't see her ears, but I can, and she's every time I say dog, her ears twitch. So she knows I'm talking about her. But anyway, she's in here right now with me, laying against my leg. So I thought I'd change the angle so you can kind of see her, but we'll see how she's acting. She has only ate like once so far today, and I don't think she ate too much last night. She got fixed yesterday, so that's the surgery she had, and so I'm keeping an eye on her. So we're gonna make sure she's feeling okay. She's had like random springs of energy where she's like running around like she's fine, and then she'll go back into this mood. She does have medication, but she has taken it for the day. Her next dose of medicine isn't for like another 8 hours, so she's got a few times left before then. She can literally, every time I look down at her ears move. But we're gonna hop back in. This is right where it cut off, so we'll see how it goes. So hopefully I did it right. I tried to save it right where I'm cutting off, so was I helpful? We'll hopefully not have it crash again. You were far more than helpful. You didn't just save those two people, you saved me too. It really is pathetic. I say I want to protect them all. I talk big but freeze in the clutch. Once I think about losing anyone, I tense up. It's almost like a curse. I feel like I'd never be able to overcome my flaws. But you told me that we could save them, and there was no point if I didn't do it myself. You might have done it on your own, but you trusted me to act, and because I trust you, I was finally able to shoot. I'm glad you were with me. How can I describe the way Yanagi's words made me feel? I doubt anyone would truly understand. That's great to hear. The release of tension made my tears flow. I had been terrified. I'd never fired my gun in the field before. The thought of me directly hurting someone scared me so badly I trembled. I'm sure Yanagi's always been grappling with the same fear. You're not allowed to do that, my love. No. I know. I know. No, no.
お前はすごいな。本当に強い。
You're incredible. You're truly strong. No. You're gonna agitate yourself. That isn't true. I was absolutely terrified earlier. I'm still pretty embarrassed.
いや、怖くてもお前は逃げないだろう。正直、俺は罪悪感に苛まれてる。
Bubbies, I don't want to have to get your collar. Oh, come on. I know. You didn't even run even though you were scared. Frankly, I was so wrapped in my own guilt that I couldn't face you.
お前から逃げようとしてた。また怯えた目で見られたくなくて。
I tried to run from you. I didn't want to see you terrified of me again. Aw, you look so sad.
お前は俺を信頼して向き合いたいと思ってくれていたのに、どこかで遠ざけようとしてたんだ。
You trusted me and tried to get closer, engage with me, but instead I just pushed you away. I'm sorry. I know. I firmly shook my head in reply. There was no need for him to apologize.
お前はいつだって一生懸命でまっすぐで、俺が過去にしたことを思い出しても背中を押してくれた。
But you've always been trying your hardest, always looking forward, and even when I recalled the past, you spurred me forward.
俺を信じてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for believing in me. I know, Bubbas. Yanagi. My feelings had gotten through to him. Yanagi understood what I wanted to say. No matter what happened in your past, I trust you. I want to trust you. Trust the you I know right now. No. Chi-Chi, you were doing so good. Would you mind if I stayed by your side from now on?
お前には参った。降参だよ。
Ha, you win. I can't beat you. Yanagi chuckled at my timid question. His laughter was
これから
refreshing.
も隣にいてくれ。お前は俺のパートナーだからな。
All right, stay with me from now on. You're my partner. Thank you. My vision blurred. I couldn't stop the tears of happiness. Yanagi had acknowledged me. He recognized me as his partner.
隣にいてくれた方がいい。その方が強くなれる。
Rather, it'd be best if you stayed with me. You'll get stronger that way. Okay. The words I dearly hoped to hear from him struck to my chest. It was if the words alone were enough to make me stronger. You can come over here. It's okay. Hi.
はい。何かありましたか?
Did something happen?
何かあったのはそっちでしょう。ずいぶんゼロの暴走を許してるみたいだね。
Shouldn't I be asking you that? You're letting Zero commit a lot of violence. I know, there's not a lot of room in my lap, bubbies. Oh, you better not. Get the cone of shame, and then you'll be sad.
もう止められるとは思っていません。
I don't think there's any controlling Zero now.
君が本当に願った未来はこんな形じゃなかったはずだ。
This isn't the future that you actually wished for. Where are you gonna
どう
go?
してそんなことを気にするんですか?
Where are you going?
あなたらしくないですね。14番。
My goodness. Where are you gonna go? There's nowhere to go. You got the cord. There you go. Sit down. Come on, it's okay. You were laying down so good earlier. Why are you concerned about it? This is unlike you, number 14. Shidashi's name and Adonis. Agents of Adonis are referred to by numbers and do not have real names. Kagoyuki Shidashi is a fake name given to him for his life outside the society.
ま、君とは長い付き合いだし、俺も外の世界に出て長いからね。それなりに情を知る機会もあるんだよ。
Well, I've known you for a long time, and I've been out in the world for quite a while. It's a good chance to learn about
人
emotion.
形のはずのあなたが女王ですか。それは柳愛知たちに対して。
You, who should be a doll, speak of emotion? Is this in regards to Aiji, Yanagi, and his
そ
friends?
れもあるけど、君に対してもだよ。
That too, but I was more referring to you.
私。
俺が知ってる
Me.
アドニスの理念は無差別殺人じゃない。
The ideals of the Adonis I know don't involve indiscriminate murder.
君には君自身の叶えたかった理想がある。なのに、このままアドニスが歪められていくのをただ黙って見過ごすつもりなのかな。
You personally wanted certain ideals realized, yet do you plan to just silently overlook Adonis becoming more and more warped?
君の正義をねじ曲げられて、本当にいいの？
Are you really fine with this perversion of your justice?
私は。
I. Ooh. We're that close to the end of the chapter. I feel so bad. Aw, Bubbas. I'm so sorry. I know. December 16th, 9:51 a.m. Good morning.
あ、おはよう。昨日あの後大変だったって。
Hey, morning. Did things get really bad yesterday? Yes, I was stuck at work the entire night, stuck in debriefing, writing apology notes. It was the day after the hostage matter. I had the morning off today, so I had stopped by the office to check in. I had to work all night long, so Mochida had been kind enough to give me the morning off. Yesterday really was tough. I thought the stress at the scene was intense, but once I got to the station, it continued. There's no way they won't try to figure out why I was even there in the first place. And at Investigations HQ, they grilled me hard. I'm surprised I managed to survive it.
相当怪しまれたんじゃねえの？
They probably suspect you, don't they? Yes, but I made the excuse that I'd been patrolling a likely targeted area when, even though I hadn't seen the Adonis statement.
それ
Nice. It worked somehow, though I don't think Morioka and Minagishi was completely sold on it.
当然だろ。そんなんで納得するほど。本部の奴らはおめでたいバカじゃねえ。
Of course, HQ isn't made up entirely of morons. I know, right?
しかもそこに柳さんまでいたんじゃな。
That Yanagi was there too. I just kept repeating it no matter how many times and ways they asked, so I think I'm clear for now.
なるほど。頑固さの勝利。
I'm Sikh, stubbornness wins the day. It's true, but why do I get the feeling you're not exactly complimenting me?
ああ、星野。もう来てたのか。
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Hoshino, you're here already? Good morning, Yanagi. Just when I was puzzled by the comment, Yanagi returned to the
呼びつけたのは
office.
こっちなのに。待たせて悪いな。
Sorry for making you wait when I called you here. Don't worry about it. As Yanagi said, the reason I had stopped by the office this morning was because he texted me, asking to meet me here. I had a feeling I knew what it was about Yanagi's past, which I learned of yesterday. We'd probably discuss the details. I really wanted to know more about him now.
榎本、ささすか。悪い。少し二人だけにしてくれ。
Anamoto, Sasaka, can we have some privacy for a bit?
はいはい。了解っす。
Sure, sure. Got it, boss.
たくこのクソ寒い時に。
Damn it, just when it gets freaking cold outside. There's 2 rooms. Go to the other room. Watching Anamoto and Sasaka leave, I sat down on the sofa. Yanagi also took a seat right next to me. Maybe I feel oddly anxious and self-conscious because he usually sat across
お
from
前に
me.
その首輪をつけた人間は、俺の過去を相当詳しく調べたようだな。
The people who put the collar on you seem to have thoroughly researched my past.
俺が未成年の頃に犯した罪。お前が巻き込まれた事件だけじゃない。
They know about crimes they committed as a juvenile, not just the incident that you were a part of.
警察に入ってからのこともほぼ間違いなく知られている。
There's little doubt that they know about my time with the police. What do you mean?
在職時代のことだ。ナイフを手に人質を盾にして立てこもった犯人がいてな。
When I was still employed, there was a suspect armed with a knife who took a hostage to use as a human shield.
現場にいち早く駆けつけた俺が犯人と一緒に指名された。
My sound just like jittered. I arrived at the scene quickly that day and I was ordered to negotiate with the
その
suspect.
時の俺には犯人の事情も人質の事情もわからなかったが、どちらも救う手だと
Oh
思う。
yeah, I got completely distracted by my puppy. I forgot. I'm on my 100th VOD once I upload this one because one of my videos split into two. So technically, it's my 99th stream since I started streaming regularly. Although I have streamed before I started this because I used to do work challenges and we used to play Fortnite and I'd stream when I was doing that. I just didn't know how to save VODs back then, so I don't have those videos. I didn't know the personal circumstance of either criminal or hostage, but I devised a way to save them
本
both.
線からは犯人を射殺しろと命令が出ていたがな。
But then the order came over the radio. I was to take the suspect out.
それでも粘り強く交渉を続けた。犯人にもこんなことをしてかした何らかの理由があるはずだ。
Still, I persisted with my negotiations. The suspect had gone this far, so I figured there was a reason.
それを知らないまま、知ろうとしないまま、命を奪うことはしたくなかったんだ。
I didn't want to take a life without knowing why or even trying to know
だ
why.
が、しびれを切らした犯人が暴れようとして、待機していた特殊部隊に命令が出された。
But the suspect got impatient and violent, so the special assault team on site converged on him.
結局、その犯人は射殺されたんだ。
In the end, the suspect was killed. That sounds somewhat like yesterday's incident.
まあ、昨日の騒動はまるで当時をそのまま再現したようなものだった。
Yeah, yesterday felt like it was supposed to be a reenactment of the past incident. Yanagi was staring off into the distance. Little by little, he began to tell the story of his past. Why was that broken into two sentences?
柳、お前は自分が何をしたか分かっているのか？
Yanagi, do you understand exactly what you've done?
命令無視。
I ignored orders.
命令無視及び人命を危険にさらした。特殊部隊の現場到着があと少し遅かったら、
That, and you put lives at risk.
かもしれないんだぞ。
If the SAT team had arrived even a moment later, the hostage could have died.
本部から射殺命令は出ていたはずだ。最初からな。
HQ gave you the order to engage earlier. Why did you hesitate?
あの場面では、人質の安全が何よりも優先されるべきだ。お前にも分かっているはずだろ。
Your training dictates that you should have put the hostage's life above anything, everything else. You should have known better.
人命が最優先。それはわかります。ですが、それは被害者だけのものに限られるんですか？
I know that lives take priority, but is it that really limited only to the life of the victim?
何？
What?
加害者だからといって、その命を簡単に奪ってしまっていいものなんですか？
Is a life more disposable simply because it belongs to a criminal?
俺にはわからない。射殺された加害者が何を思って死んでいったのか考えてしまうんです。
I don't know. I ended up thinking about what the suspect might be feeling as he died.
柳。命は平等じゃない。優先順位がある。
My sweet angel. Not all lives are equal depending on the situation. Some take
そ
priority.
れを無視すれば、下手をすると罪のない人間が死ぬことになるんだぞ。
Ignore that and you could sentence innocent people to their deaths.
わかっています。頭ではわかっているんです。
I know that. At least, I know that in my head.
でも、感情がそれを否定する。どうして？
But my feelings reject that notion. I don't want to understand it.
割り切ることができない以上、俺は警察官ではいられない。 その近くはこの頃からあった。
And if I can't draw that line, then I can't serve as a member of the police. That was when I made that
犯
realization.
罪は悪だ。加害者は悪人だ。
Crimes are evil, assailants are evil.
だからそれが本当に正しいなら、犯罪を犯す者は
But if that's
殺される
really
のが
true,
正しいのなら、
if it's right to kill people who commit crimes,
俺は生きてここにいる。
then why am I still alive?
そんな釈然としないものを抱えたまま、今年 X デイ事件が起こり始めた。
Well, I had yet to find a satisfactory answer. The X Day incidents began this year.
早い段階から事件を起こしている連中の目的が復讐だと感づいていた。
Early on, I had intuited that the motive of the X Day incidents was
過
vengeance.
去に被害者となった者たちが加害者に報復するために練られた計画。それが毎月発生する X デイ事件だと。
Past victims had crafted a plan to enact retribution against their former tormentors. I said that like dementors. These were the monthly X Day
たとえ
crimes.
過去に何があろうと、相手の命を奪う理由にはならない。
Regardless of what happened in the past, revenge was no reason to take a life.
罪を犯した者は法によって裁かれ、償うべきだ。
Criminals
こんな
must be
凄惨
judged
な
by the
事件を
law.
見過ごすわけにはいかない。
These ghastly revenge crimes can't be overlooked.
それと同時に犯人たちのことを知りたいとも思った。
But at the same time, I wanted to know more about the criminals.
憎い相手を殺せば気が晴れるのか。
Would
自
they
分の傷が
feel
深まるだけじゃないのか。
would they feel catharsis once they exacted revenge? Catharsis? Nope. Wouldn't it just wound them more
そこ
deeply?
まで考えるようになってやっと踏ん切りがついた。
I considered a number of things like this until I eventually came to a
犯
conclusion.
人側の事情まで考え始めたらキリがない。それは刑事の仕事じゃない。
If I started considering criminals' circumstances, there'd be no end. That wasn't a detective's job.
そして8月の事件が起こったんだ。
Then the August incident happened.
警視総監。
Superintendent General.
各捜査員に今後の方針を伝える。史上類を見ない事態の深刻さゆえに特別措置が取られることとなった。
Issue this policy to all investigators due to the serious and unpredicted nature of these crimes. Special measures have been enacted.
X デイ事件に関与している人物は現行犯であれば迷わず射殺しろ。
Any criminals caught while performing an act related to X Day is to be shot on sight.
犯人への狙撃を試みた際、被害者の命に危険が及びかねない場合の対処は、
This may endanger the life of the victims. How do you plan to deal with the increased
本
risk?
件では異例の事態として処理される。被害者が危険な状況にあったとしても構わず撃て。
These incidents are considered special cases. Even if victims are at risk, officers are to shoot without
注
hesitation.
視した結果、より被害が広がり、
Mm.
国民全体に影響が出ては困るからな。対局のため
Hesitation
には仕方がない。
could just create more victims, and if this spreads, it will be problematic. This is for the greater good.
警察の威信が失われている現状に、お偉方が焦っている。
So the brass is panicking at the loss of public trust in the police, huh?
白石、お前は今回の事件、愉快犯だと思うか？
Shirashi, do you think this was done for personal amusement?
違うだろうね。今回の事件も無差別殺人じゃない。被害者にネットゲームというつながりが見つかった。
I highly doubt it. This wasn't indiscriminate murder either. The victims all played an online
やは
game.
り犯人なりの正義がある。信念に基づいた犯行ということか。
I knew it. They think they're justified. These are crimes based on faith, I
多
guess.
分ね。
Probably.
ならば、
Says with a
被
grin.
害者のためにも、
I'm gonna
加害
sneeze.
者のためにも止めなければならない。
Then for both the victims and assailants, I have to stop this.
俺は警察にはいられない。
And with these new directives, I can't do that and stay in the police.
そして8月下旬、新宿に隔離措置が施される前に
Then in late August, shortly
辞職
before
願いを提出した。
the Shinjuku quarantine went into effect, I submitted my resignation.
綺麗事なのは嫌というほど分かってる。バカな理想論だと言われても反論できない。
I hate to admit it, but it's all just words. You could call it idiotic naivete. Nah,
首
man.
輪のやつにも言ったように、犯罪をゼロにするのは難しい。
The person on the collar said this too. It's difficult to stop all
同
crime.
じように、被害者をゼロにするのも無
For
理
the
なことさ。
same reason, it's also impossible to eliminate all
それでも
victims.
たとえ自己満足でも、俺には割り切ることなんてできなかった。
Even if it's just to satisfy my own ego, I couldn't draw that line in the sand. Yanagi, his past experience were more heavier than I expected, but what's important is that he hasn't given up on his wish. Even if they were just lofty ideals, I wanted to follow his dream. I wanted to realize them. I was still a cop, but I shared his desire to help all suffering people.
でもな、お前のおかげで少し吹っ切れた。
The thing is, I think I've gotten over it a bit thanks to you. Huh? Me?
なあ、
Yeah. Yanagi muttered, seeming a little bit more cheerful than he was earlier.
いくら偉そうなことを言っても、行動に移せなかったら意味がない。綺麗事な上に夢物語だ。
If I can't back up my lofty rhetoric with actions, then they're meaningless. A nice fairy tale with no real impact.
全部を守りたいなら、守るためにあえて引き金を引く勇気がいる。
You look so much like a dragon, Yanagi. If I want to protect everything, I need to have the courage to fire when I have to protect
そこで
people.
引き金を引けないまま目を背けるのは、ただの逃げだ。責任を負う覚悟がないだけだ。そんなのは
If I
正
avert
義じゃない。
if I avert my eyes when action is needed, then I'm just running from responsibility. That isn't justice or
それ
protection.
も分かっていながら、ずっと過去にとらわれて、抜け出せないでいた。
I knew that, yet I've always been held back by my
だから、
past.
そんな俺をお前は信じてくれた。前に進ませてくれた。
But when it counted, you trusted me. You helped me move on.
俺が過去の呪縛を振り切ることができたのは
Smiling.
お前のおかげだ。
You finally lifted the curse of my past. Thank you. Why are you thanking me? You did all of that with your own power. Yanagi, I hit the button too fast. Yanagi had acknowledged me. He was giving me credit for helping him. I wasn't just a burden or someone who needed to be protected. That was enough to make me happy. There was nothing that could make me happier. The reason that I was able to put my trust in you was you. Because of how you acted before, I felt that I couldn't trust him yesterday. I felt that I could trust him yesterday. No matter what the result would have been, I felt like I wouldn't regret that decision. If I was able to support you, it's only because you gave me the strength to do it. I declared that with complete sincerity, and Yanagi's gaze wavered.
お前は見た目よりもずっと強いな。
You're far stronger than you look. Aren't you afraid of me? Afraid? I wasn't sure exactly what he meant at first. Thinking back to yesterday's events, I realized what he might be referencing. Does he mean the incident that happened when I was little? It was my first encounter with Yanagi, a past that had burdened him ever since. It had to be the reason that Yanagi sometimes felt distant to me. I feel like conviction is the right answer, so we're gonna go with I'm not scared. I'm not scared. It's true that I was at the time, but the monster that appeared in my dreams was Yanagi. Yanagi had been trying to save me. He was a student, but he picked up a weapon and charged into a fight to rescue a child he didn't even know. I'm sure the memory was scary for him too. That dream doesn't scare me anymore. After all, you're in it.
そうか。
I see. There we go. Affection up. Heck yeah. Yanagi faintly smiled. I looked like I had soothed his worries.
まだ怖い。
I'm still scared. Yanagi.
理性を忘れて殴り続けた。あの時の手の感触も、血の匂いも。
I can
お前が俺
never.
を見る怯えた目も。ずっと
Oh, goodness.
忘れられない。
I feel that. I can never forget it. The way I lost my mind, the feeling of the pipe in my hand, the smell of blood, and your terrified eyes.
もう二度と。あんな思いはしたくない。
I never want to feel that way again. I felt like I had reclaimed my memory. The incident I was involved in 12 years ago now felt crystal clear. I had just finished elementary school. My parents had to take care of some family business, so they brought me to Tokyo. The adults were talking about grown-up things, so I was playing nearby. I now realized it was Shinjuku Garden.
静かにし
Be quiet. A stranger had grabbed my arm. He covered my mouth so I couldn't scream. Somebody help. I made eye contact with a passing boy. He was young, around high school age. I immediately lost sight of him, though.
いいかおとなしくしてろよ
Oh God, I don't like abduction stories. Behave, you hear me?
人質はまだ無事だだが身代金を用意できなければ
The hostage is still safe, but if I don't get the ransom I asked for, ransom? He took me to a building and bound me with chains so that I couldn't move. After he finished tying me up, it seemed like the kidnapper was talking on the phone.
これがうまくいけばやっと借金地獄から解放されるやっと人並みの生活に
You abducted a small child. If this works, I can finally escape from the prison of debt. I can finally live a normal life. It was a ransom kidnapping, so that was his goal. At the time, I was too young to understand that. I'm scared. All I could do was shiver in terror. I couldn't imagine what would happen to me. Somebody help, please. I constantly repeated that wish in my heart. I turned away so that I couldn't see the facing kidnapper. Then I realized he was there.
してないな。もう大丈夫だ。
Hey, are you hurt? Don't worry, I'll be okay. The boy I made eye contact with seen... Okay, I read it right. The boy I made eye contact with seen earlier had snuck into the
俺が
building.
助けてやる。
I'm gonna rescue you. The boy gripped a metal pipe tightly and charged forward at the man he had just finished his phone call. Yo!
なんだお前
What? Who the hell are you?
痛い目見たくねえだろおっさん。その子を解放しろ。
I don't know why they didn't animate this a little bit. Let the kid go, man, or you're in for a world of hurt.
そんなことできるかやっと大金が手に入るんだ
Why should I? I'm gonna finally
こ
have
れ
some
を成
money.
功させねえと俺は破滅しちまうんだよ
I'm gonna be finished if this doesn't work
死ぬ
out.
かよ。ガキさらって金取ろうなんざ。くだらねえことやってんじゃねえ。
Okay. Who the hell cares? You kidnapped a little girl and you're trying to sell her. Did you hear girl? Did you hear girl and get excited? That's screwed up, man.
このクソガキ
Ooh, you little shit. Oh, he is not friendly. Ah. But the boy who had came to save me had the tables turned on him.
なんだよ弱っちいじゃねえか
Ha 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 ha. What the hell? You're so weak.
俺に逆らうんじゃねえ生意気に立てつくんじゃねえよこのクソガキどもが
You think you're strong, some kind of badass. You think you're strong enough to take me on, you little punk. Oh no. Gah. Ah. Then he beat us with single-minded force. Us? You're tied up. Both me and the boy. You're tied up. Why was he beating you? My memory of the past were vague. I recalled being hit in the back of the head, so it was probably because of that. The boy who had came to rescue me had also been captured. He was beaten to a pulp. I remembered that.
これで
ha 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 ha. I can't do the laughing. Finally, finally. The man laughed maniacally.
おい、大丈夫
Yeah. Hey, are you okay? The girl was overwhelmed by the beating. Maybe she was unconscious.
俺のせいだ
It's all my fault. Why was he beating her? She was tied up. I failed, and the kidnapper got the advantage. Until I showed up, he hadn't hit or kicked the girl.
俺のせいでこの子は余計に傷ついた
She got hurt even worse because of me. She's so tiny. The man was insane. He glared at the little girl.
てめえの親に電話してやるから泣いて命乞いしろよおい何寝てんだよ
I mean, why didn't you kidnap your brother? They don't seem to care that much about you. Just saying. All right. Hey, I'm calling your parents, so make sure you cry and beg for your life. Hey, why are you sleeping? Don't ignore me.
やめろ殴るなら俺を殴れよガキ相手に恥ずかしくねえのか
Stop it. Just hit me instead. You think you're a big man beating up a kid?
ああ俺に口答えすんじゃねえクソガキが
Okay. Huh? You don't get to talk to my face, punk. Yeah. I mean, you told him to.
泣け命乞いしろよ
Do you want me to show you some mercy? Then cry. Beg. He hit me in the head and I went dizzy. I was nauseous. My whole body felt like lead.
死ぬかもしれない
We could die here. Both the girl and I were going to be killed. I knew that's how this would end. I mean, there's wanting money and then there's just being psychotic, which is two. Honestly, you could be both. You could do both. Ha 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 ha. The man seemed satisfied for now. He walked away from us to make another phone call. I started moving my chained hands without him noticing. It wasn't rope, so it didn't fully restrict my movement. I struggled to pull my wrist from the chain, loosening them a little at a time. Then the chain finally fell off.
殺さなきゃ
I have to kill him. Fair enough.
あ
Damn you!
あどうやって外した
What? How did you get free?
殺さなきゃいけない
I have to kill him right now. Yep. Are we going back and forth? Are we just playing this weird memory game?
やめろやめてくれ
Stop it. Stop. Please stop. Oof. I mean, he thought he was gonna die. When I finally came to, I woke to the gruesome sight.
頼む助けてくれ
I'm begging you, help me. Blood red.
して
Ah, forgive me. Who?
やめてくれ
No more, please. I'm scared. The man's cries were punctuated by thumps. It went on for a while. Did you be like that? Oh dear. The voice stopped. The cries had stopped and the thumps had also stopped. Everything was quiet again. A shadow approached me and released me from the chains that bound my body. Back then, I had no idea what was going on. In my foggy state of consciousness, I was frozen in abject terror.
もう大丈夫だ怖いのはいなくなったから
You look a little rough, but look at your earrings. You did have earrings. You were a little punk kid. Oh, you're gonna be okay. The scary man is gone now. This boy smiled. He held his hand out to me.
怖かっただろ痛かったよなごめんなちゃんと守れなくて
I'm sure you were scared. You must be hurting. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you.
家族のところに返してやるもう怯えなくていいんだ
I'll take you back to your family. You don't need to be scared anymore, okay? Despite his words, all I could feel was fear. I didn't know that the boy had came to help me.
俺が怖いか
Are you afraid of me? He looked at me with a sad expression. I clumsily nodded.
そう
Oh. The boy's voice cracked.
俺がこの手で
With these hands, Watching the boy mutter with a twisted, confused look, I passed out again. Then I fainted. The next time I woke up, I was with my parents in Kazuki. The boy was nowhere to be found.
あの時怖いかと聞いた俺に向かってお前がうなずいた時自
Back
分がしてしま
then,
ったことの大きさに気づいたんだ
I realized exactly what I had done when I asked you if you were scared of me and you
人
nodded.
を殺してしまったこの子を傷つけたのは怯えさせているのは
Two things can be true, Yanagi.
他でもない
Killed a man. I
俺自身だと
feel like that was a lot of words for how many lines there is here. I realized that it wasn't the man who had scared and hurt this girl. It was me.
取り返しのつかないことをしてしまった途方もない罪悪感に苛まれた
I'd done something I could never take back. I felt horribly guilty.
あの誘拐犯は重体だったが一名だけは取り留めていた
This has been, you've rickrolled me. What the heck? You said he was dead. Turns out he didn't. I didn't kill him. He was in critical condition and barely survived. I see. In that case, I'm glad for that at least. Yanagi hadn't taken a life. That would ease the burden of his guilt somewhat. I was more concerned about Yanagi than I was about the fact that he had killed
だ
before.
が今も後遺症で寝たきりの状態で
Hello.
体を動かすことも話をすることもできない
However, he's still stuck in a coma. He can't move or talk.
殺したのと同じだすべての自由を人生を奪ってしまった
I mean, I don't know, man. He kidnapped a kid. He beat you up. I can't help some things. I may as well have killed him. He lost his life and his freedom. Yanagi.
事件の後俺は未成年であることと正当防衛が認められて無罪放免になった
I was acquitted of the act because I was a minor and because it was ruled as an act of
罪に
self-defense.
問われなかったから保護観察もつかなかった表向きは日常が戻ってきたわけだ
I was never interrogated by the police and I was never placed on probation. I just returned to my carefree normal life.
だが俺自身は元の日常に戻れなかったそれまでの当たり前の日々がどれだけ尊いものだったか痛感させられた
But I could never really go back. I was painfully aware that my old normal was no longer my reality.
何をしていても罪悪感が押し寄せてくるのうのうと毎日を生きていていいのか俺は人の一生を台無しにしたのに
I mean, he might have taken yours. No matter what I did, the guilt suffocated me. Was I really allowed to keep living? I'd taken a man's life from
そん
him.
な気持ちを抱えたまま高校を卒業して警視庁の人間を名乗る奴が俺の前に現れたのは
Racked
その
with
頃だった
guilt,
と思う
I graduated high school. I think that was when a man introduced himself to me and said he was from the police HQ.
そいつは警視庁の少年事件課の人間だった未来なんて見えなかった俺にこう言ったんだ
He was from the juvenile affair department. When I thought I had no future, he told me
君
this.
はずっと罪の意識を抱えているその罪悪感を晴らしたいのなら償う機会を与えよう
You'll always be weighed down by your sins, but if you want to atone for that guilt, we'll give you a
今
chance.
度は傷つけるのではなく救うために警察官に
He
No.
didn't. Okay.
とな
So they guilted you into becoming a police officer? That seems friggin' rude. You'll save people instead of hurting them. Would you like to become a police officer? That's why you joined the
Ah.
police?
当時実験的に検証中だった青少年更生プログラムの一環らしい
You weren't acquitted with you were acquitted. You were acquitted. That means you shouldn't have to deal with any of this. What? It was part of the pilot program. I think it was under juvenile affairs. Juvenile affairs. The juvenile affairs recently implemented a program to rehabilitate young criminals. Aiji Yanagi was chosen as one of these test subjects in the past.
俺はそれを受け入れたそのまま警察学校に入学 実習、研修を経て、正式に警察署へ配属されて、
I accepted his offer. I entered the police academy, studied, trained, and was formally inducted as an
上司
officer.
の推薦で刑事講習を受けて、これも構成プログラムの恩恵らしいが、異例の速さで捜査一課に抜擢された。
My superiors recommended I get detective training. Wow, I added a letter in there. And and in unprecedented time, I made section 1. Maybe it was thanks to the rehab program. Yanagi's expression was dark as he recounted his history. There was nothing I could say either. I didn't know what words to say. I searched my heart and I voiced a thought that floated up. But I was relieved.
安心
Relieved? Yanagi wore a dubious expression on his face. I thought it was an abrupt thought too, but I wanted him to know something. The night when I had this collar put on me, when I saw your face that night, you came to help me, I felt relieved for some reason. When you told me everything would be okay, I wanted to trust you without knowing why. I just felt you were someone I could trust. Maybe all I had left of my childhood memory was the part that made the strongest impression on me. You should know I'd never forgotten that I was saved by someone. In my heart, I'd always known that. His face and his voice had been stained with fear, and yet, then and now, you're the one who saved me. I've always been grateful. And now I want to be someone who can help you out. I was entranced by Yanagi's gentle character, the way he never gave up, or his ideals. So it made me really sad when you told me to stay away from you. I want to be closer to you. Did you push me away because you felt like there was an unsettled debt between us? Yeah. Then I beg you, please forget all about that. You don't owe me anything. Don't constrain yourself because of me. I don't want to be tied down by the past. Right now, I want to solve the problems that are before us with you. I don't want to be your partner, only a name. I want to be closer to you. I want to know you better. I knew I was being needy and embarrassing right now, but I couldn't help myself. I wanted to say it so badly. I wanted him to know my true feelings.
そうだな。
Oh, it's awkward, man. I see is not a good answer. Yanagi's eyes had gone wide with surprise, but he nodded ever so slightly. His gaze
どん
softened.
なことを思って生きてきたのか。どんなことで喜ぶのか。
What makes me happy? I like to cook. I became a police officer because one police officer was nice to me in my childhood, apparently. I don't know, man. That's about it. That's like it. That's my 2 character traits. What have you been thinking of as you've gone through life all this time? What makes you happy? Oh, I have a brother. I
どん
forgot
な
about
小
that.
さなことでもいい。俺もお前のことをもっと知りたい。
No matter how small it is, I want to know it. I want to know you better
過去
too.
に傷つけてしまった少女としてじゃなく、お前という一人の存在にちゃんと向き合いたい。
I want to view you as not the girl I hurt in the past, but as Lee Hoshino, the woman I see today.
もう
You
二度と
didn't hurt
お
me.
前に悲しい顔をさせたくないから。
I don't want to see you with that sad look on your face ever again. Yanagi. Yanagi's words warmed my chest. I felt like I could finally stand by his side. And when someone had a wish granted, it makes them want to wish for something else. So you think that's because I'm your work partner?
どういう意味だ？
What do you mean? I already know that. What I'm saying is that's not enough. Ooh, girl, are you making a move on this guy? He's like 8 years older than you. You sure about this? You guys were talking about this not too long ago. I want to be special to you. I don't want to just be your work partner.
星野？
Hoshino, exactly. That was sudden. Yanagi was flustered, but now was the time to say it. Now that I knew that he had been holding back because of the past, now was the time. If you didn't happen to be at that place 12 years ago, I might not be alive today. If you hadn't come to save me last month, I could have died when the collar snapped around my neck. You may have sinned in the past, but to me, you're truly someone special. I owe you my
だ
life.
からだろうな。
So that's why. No. Huh? Yanagi had been quiet while listening to my earnest feelings and smiled in self-derision.
今お前が言ってくれて確信した。アドニスのことだ。
I'm sure of it now that I've heard that this is how Adonis operates.
アドニスの行動が正義だとは思えない。だが、皮肉なことに、悪だと決めつけて切り捨てることもできない。
Am I an Adonis agent to you? Am I a double crosser? Do you think I'm trying to get you to join the dark side? Whoa. I don't believe Adonis's actions are just, but for some odd reason, I just can't seem to write them off as evil. I realized it for the first time. Just as I couldn't condemn Yanagi, it was a common theme among the people who became Adonis's pawns, including Akito.
例えば、菅原理香。8日に起こった焼死事件の実行犯として捕まった彼女もそうだ。
For example, Rika Shigawara was arrested as the perpetrator for the burning death on the 8th.
彼女はストーカー被害に怯えていた。アドニスの還元に乗ったのはそれが理由だろう。
She was a stalking victim that's probably why she was lured in by Adonis. So she could take matters into her own hand before she became a victim
そう
again.
いうことだろうな。殺されたのは過去に彼女をストーカーしていた男だ。
The person who was killed was her old
彼女
stalker.
にとっては警察も法も自分を守ってくれなかった存在。
They hadn't, so she's not wrong. She must have thought that the police and the law couldn't protect her from him.
そんなものより目前に迫っている恐怖から自分を解き放ってくれたアドニスの方がよほど救世主に見えただろうな。
For someone like that, Adonis must feel like a savior appearing just in time to release her from her fears.
7月の事件は彼女の代わりに現在拘留中の尾形智樹が手を下した。
In the July incident, Tomoki Ogata, who's still in detention, acted on her behalf. Yes, Ogata was confirmed to be innocent, so he's supposed to be released today. In other words, he had acted in self-defense. Ogata had been mistakenly arrested in the
その尾
past.
形の代わりに5月の事件では小林花子が復讐をなした。
In May, Hanako Kobayashi took revenge on behalf of Ogata.
そして交換殺人で復讐を遂げた彼らは今度は捕まってもいい覚悟で今月新たな事件を起こしている。
That's how they've been taking their revenge, and this month they acted again knowing that they'd be
彼ら
captured.
なりの正義を掲げて彼らを追い詰めた悪に立ち向かうために。
They executed their justice to stand against what they considered evil.
それが X デー事件の真実です。
Oh yeah, I got this collar around my neck that's listening to everything we say. I just forgot. That's the truth about X Day. The room fell into silence. A voice chimed in from the collar.
体裁のため加害者の人権を守る曖昧な法、形のない正義、理想ばかりが鮮やかで悲しみを生み続ける世界。
Vague, hollow laws intended to protect the assailants, a world that continually breeds sorrow in which only ideals are clear.
我々の生きるこの国の実情です。
This is the truth of the nation we live in.
そんな現実を目の当たりにしても、あなたは我々の理想を否定しますか？
Do you continue to reject our ideals despite knowing the truth?
我々の悪に対する抵抗を止めるべきだと思います。
Do you intend to stop our resistance against the evil forces? I had made up my mind. I made up my mind? What? Don't do that. Don't you dare go the wrong direction. Still, you must be stopped. After all, there were people suffering from the guilt of their crimes, like Yanagi. Like Yanagi, there were people who had committed crimes and regretted causing harm. Hurting others for the sake of your own vengeance solves nothing. Rubbing more salt in the wounds would only reopen the wounds. I know that my idea of justice, where I try to save everyone that I encounter, is impossible. But that just means it's more important that I stop whatever crimes I can. Whatever the reason, I can't simply ignore people who are committing crimes. I can only help if I stop the crimes first. I want to protect Shinjuku. I want to do what Adonis's terror must be stopped. What was justice? What was truly right? I didn't know for sure. But the people who lived in this town were truly important to me. And the people by my side were most important of all. I want to defend them.
俺も星野と同じだ。この負の連鎖を止めたい。
I feel the same way as Hoshino. I want to end this cycle of
世
hatred.
良のようにアドニスに加担したことを後悔している人間もいるはずだ。
Like Akito Sera, there will be others who regret supporting Adonis.
何より自分の手で誰かを傷つけることの痛みは俺が誰よりもよく知っている。
I know the pain of inflicting pain upon someone with your own hands more intimately than most.
だからこそこれ以上悲しみを増やしたくない。
That's why I don't want to let you cause any more sorrow.
悲しみを増やしたくない。それは私も同じです。
He couldn't bear to cause more pain. I agree. The voice from the caller sounded the most uncertain that I had ever heard it. It was the first time that I had heard the caller's voice sound so powerless. Are you related to the guy who kidnapped me? Oh my goodness.
何はともあれ、あなたは我々の期待通りに動いてくれました。
In any case, Lee Hoshino, you have moved according to our expectations.
今現在、我々のことをどう思っていようと、あなたは同志になり得る信念を持っています。
No matter your current opinion of us, you possess the belief to become our
次
comrade.
は我々、いえ、違いますね。私にたどり着いてみせてください。
Next, show us. No, allow me to amend that. Show me that you can reach me. Reach you personally?
ええ、そうです。
Precisely. I look forward
楽し
to
みに
it.
していますよ。
Because you wanna date me? No. With that, the caller fell silent, finding the owner of that voice. Finally, it felt like we were going to uncover the whole of Adonis.
これまで逮捕された容疑者以外にもアドニスの駒はまだいるはずだ。きっとこれからも事件は起こり続ける。
Adonis will have other pawns besides the ones that have already been arrested. The X-Day crimes are sure to continue. Yes, HQ is searching for additional suspects based on the same
甘ん
assumption.
じて足止めされるわけにはいかない。俺たちはもっと真相に切り込む必要があるな。
We can't be content with detaining them. We need to cut even deeper into Adonis. Right. It was time. It was time to aim at the heart of Adonis. To do that, suddenly there was a loud noise outside Yanagi, and I looked up in surprise.
取り込み中だから入るなって言われてるんだ。今はやめておいた方がいいと思いますよ。
I told you not to go in while they were busy. I still think you should stop while you can.
こっちは急ぎの用があるんだ。
I don't care. I have urgent business here.
そんなこと言われてもな。
Well,
いいから
still.
どけ。
Out of my way.
柳、
Yanagi.
森岡さん。
Morioka. The door flew open and Morioka stormed into the office. We stood up flexively, and Morioka managed to rein
も
himself
う
in.
タイムリミットだ。上層部はしびれを切らしてるぞ。
We're almost at the deadline. The higher ups are losing their
完
patience.
璧なアリバイがある人間にもでっち上げで嫌疑をかけて一斉検挙しようとする動きがある。
Plans are underway to fabricate charges against people who have perfect alibis and round them all up.
お前たちは何を知っている？どこまでアドニスに近づいている？
Yanagi, what? No. What does everyone here know? How close are you to Adonis? Morioka directed an intense gaze at us. It seemed to burn right through me.
お前たちも奴らと繋がっているのか？
Or perhaps maybe you have some connection to them. Those words were difficult to take lying down, but we couldn't tell him the truth right now. Naturally, he suspects us. If he examined me, he'd find the collar.
あんたはどう思うんですか
What do you think,
Morioka-san.
Morioka? Yanagi seemed completely unfazed by Morioka's line of questioning.
俺たちの事情は話せない。だが、信念に恥じることだけはしていない。それは断言できます。
We can't tell you our circumstances, but we aren't doing anything unsavory. I assure you, we remain true to our ideals.
俺と星野が白か黒か。森岡さんの勘ではどう見えるんですか
So are Hoshino and I innocent or guilty? What does your instincts tell you, Morioka?
白だな。
You're innocent. There was no hesitation in Morioka's voice or expression as he stated his
昨
conclusion.
日の都庁展望台での件、目撃者に話を聞いた。犯人と人質、どちらも助けるために尽力したそうだな。
At the Metropolitan Office viewing platform yesterday, I spoke to eyewitnesses. You did your best to save both suspect and
変わって
hostage.
ないんだと思ったよ。
You haven't changed a bit.
森岡さん
Morioka. Morioka's expression had softened. It showed that he trusted Yanagi.
誰よりも人を傷つけることを厭っていた。アドニスのような組織に加担するわけがない。
You've always hated hurting other people. You could never be colluding with Adonis.
そんなお前がそいつのことを信じているんだろう。
And by the looks of things, you trust her, don't you?
はい森岡さん昔俺に言ってくれましたね
Yes. Morioka, a long time ago, you told me
刑事は
something.
疑うのが仕事だそんなのはいつでもできる
A detective's job is to be suspicious. He can do that
信
anytime.
じるのは難しいそのために迷うのは悪いことじゃないだが大事な時は自分の直感を信じろ
Trusting someone is more difficult, but there's no shame in hesitating to do so. But trust your gut when the moment counts.
それが間違った結果になっても信じ続けろ誰にも判断を委ねるな自分で全ての責任を負う覚悟で事件に当たれ
Even if you're wrong, keep your faith. Don't rely on others' assessments. Proceed with the intent to shoulder all responsibilities.
そういや、言ったな。
I did say that, didn't I?
俺はその言葉を信じています今でもずっと心にある
I
そ
still
の言
believe
葉
in
に
those
恥じない
words.
行動をしたい
Even now, I still hold them in high regard. I don't want to bring shame to your ideals.
そうか。そうだな。お前はそういうやつだ。
Damn it. Yeah, you're telling the truth. That's just the kind of guy you
だ
are.
がな、柳。事情を話せないというのは困る。もし何か知っているなら、
Even still, Yanagi, keeping me in the dark is causing problems. If there's anything you know, I can't tell you. Yanagi firmly interrupted Morioka in the middle of his sentence. Yanagi picked up a pen. He scrawled something on a notepad and hastily showed it to Morioka. Morioka stared in surprise when he read the message. There, listening, that was what Yanagi had
わか
written.
った。なら仕方ないな。
Fine. I suppose there's no way to make you budge. He indicated that he understood. Morioka sighed.
すみません森岡さん
Sorry, Morioka.
あまり無茶はするなよ。
Don't do anything too crazy.
前処します
I'll try not to.
たく。
Damn it, man. With the final invective, Morioka left the office. Yanagi turned to follow Morioka but paused in the doorway.
岡崎
Okazaki,
ん何、
んwhat?
星野を送って行ってやってくれ
I need you to escort Hoshino.
はいはい了解今日こそ送り狼になってもいい
Yes, sir, sir. Can I make a move on her this
絶
time?
対ダメだ豚箱送りにするぞ
Absolutely not. I'll put you in the pin. Ooh, glossary word. Pin, a slang term that refers to the jail cell at the police station in the modern day. In English, it's short for penitentiary. In Japanese, it's used to refer to the fact that it looks like a pig pen. Weird. Oh. Okazaki blinked. He made eye contact and then he grinned like he had just understood something.
仲直りできたのかね
Did you two make up? Yes, probably.
そっか。ならよかった。じゃあ、おとなしく送ってくだけにし
Oh,
とくね。
that's good. I shall politely escort her home then. I don't think your depressive personality should be hitting on girls anyways. There was a lot I still wanted to discuss with Yanagi, but I decided to stifle it now. He'll probably have a talk with Morioka after this. I couldn't stay here, or Adonis would hear everything they said. Then I'll head back to the station now.
ああ。後でまた。
All right, I'll
Thanks.
contact you later. Okay. Yanagi gave me a cheerful smile, which eased my worries a bit. Oh, now that I think of it, it's still morning. I realized that what time it was after I left to follow Morioka. It was bright out and many people were here. I didn't think I needed an escort. I can go back to work on my own. There's no need for you to go out of your way.
ダメ。柳さんにお願いされたから却下。
Nope. Request denied per Yanagi's wishes. Denied? Onokazaki was chuckling, of course. There was probably no convincing him. Still, it felt like he had grown to trust Yanagi considerably more. Did he explain anything? Still, I couldn't verify that, so long as I was wearing the collar.
先輩ちょうどよかった。買い出し行ってきましたよ。
Oh, what good timing, sir. I went shopping.
おかえり吉成くん。
Welcome back, Yoshinari. Yoshinari rushed over, a crinkling convenience store bag in his
星野
hand.
さんもお疲れ様です。
Good to see you too, Miss Hoshino.
で
Hello.
先輩これ見てくださいよ。
Alright then, sir, check this out.
じゃーん新製品っす。カレー飴とか気になりすぎるでしょ。思わず買ってきちゃいましたよ。
It's a new product. You were curious about the Curie candy, right? I bought a bunch of it.
ちょっとインパクトに欠けるな。
It's not really what I expected.
そうっすか。あと馬刺しアイス売ってたんすけど、さすがに寒いよなって諦めました。
What? Oh, really? They had horse meat ice cream as well, but it's way too cold for that. So I passed on it.
そっちの方が面白そうだったのに。
That sounds way more interesting. What's this?
これはなんとカレーメロンパン。
This is... Look, it's a Cody melon
カレ
pastry.
ーって隠し味で何でも入れるし、意外と合うかも。楽しみだね。
It uses curry as a background to bring out other flavors. This could work. Sounds good.
あ、星野さんも食べますか？いっぱいあるんでどうぞ。
Would you like to try any, Miss Hoshino? I brought a lot. Help yourself. Oh, no thanks. I'm not hungry. I'd probably pass even if I was hungry. I was relieved to see some normal-looking onigiri in the bag, too.
そうっすか？残念。
Oh, really? Too bad.
吉成くん振られちゃったね。君、スペックは悪くないのになんでモテないんだろうな。
You got shut down, Yoshinari. Why are you so unpopular with the ladies? Your stats aren't bad.
ほんとっすよ。いつも吉成くんって友達としてはいいんだけど、とか言われるし。
Seriously, they always say something like, Yoshinari, I'm so happy to be friends with you. What the heck, man?
まさにそんな感じ。
Yeah, that's definitely the vibe you give off.
納得されても。あ、そうだ星野さん。
You didn't have to agree. Oh, right, Miss Hoshino.
俺、
Yes?
何が足りないんだと思います？
What do you think I'm lacking? What? I had no idea how to respond. Shouldn't you ask someone who knows you better, Yoshinari? When I looked to Okazaki for help, he seemed to be seriously considering the question.
柳さんみたいな包容力。
Wow. An open mind like Yanagi?
俺ありますよ。かなり包み込めますよ。
I have that. I'm totally open-minded.
いや、さすがにそれはないよね。
No, you definitely aren't.
即否定。
An instant and complete denial?
どう考えても柳さんには程遠いから無理。彼女のことは諦めた方がいいよ。
He's way more tolerant than you in every way. You should give up on her. What? This chat was taking an unexpected turn.
違いますよ。星野さんがどうとかじゃなくて。
No, Miss Hoshino, I'm not trying to make a move on you.
まあまあ。とにかく彼女は売約済みだから。
Now, she's already taken anyways. What are you guys talking about?
君は柳さんと仲良しだもんねってこと。
About how well you and Yanagi get along. Oh. I wanted to believe it was true. Right now, he was the person I felt I could rely on the most. He was special to me, and I wanted to be with him, I think. Wait, huh? Was Okazaki teasing me because he could see how I felt about Yanagi? Let's just not think about that right now. Mentally, I was firmly shaking my head, right? This isn't the time. Speaking of which, shouldn't you be guarding the team instead of me?
ああ、うん。彼らは俺たちに守られてくれるほど弱くはないからね。
Yeah, those guys aren't so weak that they need us to protect them. After tossing off a flippant response, Okazaki grinned.
最近はいろいろ頼ってもらえて嬉しいんだ。今みたいにね。
Besides, I'm happy that I'm being relied on Ooh. I can do this. Besides, I'm happy that he's been relying on me so much lately. Like now, for example. It was true that Yanagi's group had been very wary of Okazaki when I'd first met him. And now Yanagi was entrusting Okazaki with all kinds of tasks. I was pleased to see him so thankful, but he was being utilized. Then I suppose I'll indulge you.
そうして。君の事情は少しだけ柳さんから聞いたよ。
Yeah, do that. I also heard a little bit about your situation from Yanagi.
多分全部は話してくれてないけど。でも、これさえ分かれば俺はいいんだ。
You probably didn't tell me everything, but I'm fine with knowing that much.
君は柳さんたちにとっても警察にとっても X デー事件の首謀者にとっても特別な人間なんだよね。
You're someone special to Yanagi's team, the police, and the ringleader of the X-Day crimes, aren't you? My entire body reflectively stiffened. Thankfully, the collar didn't react.
じゃあ、柳さんのことも君のことも
I figured. In that case, I'll protect both you and Yanagi. Thank you, Okazaki. He didn't know my exact circumstances, and I didn't know Okazaki's true reason for going this far out of his way for me. But Yanagi had placed his trust in him, so I wanted to trust him too. Okazaki, I'm not following what you're talking about.
吉成君にはちょっと難しかったかな。だから女の子にモテないのかも。
Maybe it's beyond your capacity, Yoshinari. That's why you're not popular with the ladies. Say what?
のんびりしすぎてたら彼女が遅刻しちゃうし、そろそろ行こうか。
Come on now. If we dally here too long, Lee's gonna be late. We need to get going.
あ、俺も行きます。どうせ今事務所って誰もいないっすよね。
I'm coming with you, sir. Besides, no one's at the office now anyways. Thanks? I didn't really get why, but it looked like Yoshinari would also be accompanying us. It feels like a waste of time to have 2 SP officers escorting me. Besides, I was an active duty officer. I felt like thinking about this was going to give me a headache, so I didn't bother. Done. December 16th, 11:27 p.m. I'm back! Huh? When I arrived home after work, I found a small package waiting at the entrance. It was addressed to me. The sender was a name I didn't recognize. What is this? I had a bad feeling about it. If it was Adonis, finding out where I lived was much easier than putting a collar on me, but just because I didn't know the sender didn't mean that they weren't connected to Adonis. Welcome back. Hello, my deep-voiced brother. While I was lost in thought in front of the package, Kazuki came out of his room. When I looked up at him, I could see that something was wrong. Kazuki, what's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Kazuki's expression was gloomy. I had a feeling I knew what it was about. I can't reach Akito. Akito? Akito turned himself in as an X-Day suspect and was under investigation at the station. He called me around noon on the 14th. I haven't heard from him since.
電話の時も様子おかしかったんだよな。急にごめんとか謝ってきて。
He sounded weird on the phone too. He apologized and said something about rooting for me to fulfill my dreams. Did you try calling his home?
した。でも、今は取り込み中だからって。
I did, but they said he couldn't talk to me because he was busy. Oh, I knew the reason Akito had lost touch, but obviously I couldn't tell Kazuki. I couldn't give away police information. I'm sure Akito is doing his best. Lee? Kazuki? That was all I could say. It was the truth. That's why Akito had turned himself in, to do his best and atone for his crimes. So you can't give up either, Kazuki. Trust Akito and wait for him to come home.
それって。おい、なんか知ってんのか?
Do you know something? You do, don't you? Hey! I'm sorry, Kazuki. As a police officer, I can't say anymore. Kazuki might not even have realized that Akito had gotten himself entangled in police business, but I couldn't just pretend that I knew absolutely nothing. Kazuki probably sensed my inner conflict. He balled his fist and hung his head. It hurt to not be able to tell him anything, but Kazuki didn't blame me. Hey. Yeah? He'll come home, right? It's okay, I know he will. Yeah. Kazuki muttered helplessly, as if trying to convince himself. Once I had checked that Kazuki was asleep, I turned on the TV. And now, tonight's news.
事件の実行犯として起訴されていた尾形智樹容疑者が無罪判決により釈放された件について。
I know. Tomoki Ogata, previously charged as the perpetrator of an X-Day crime, has been found innocent and released. Every channel was carrying the story. Based on our knowledge of the situation, Ogata is undoubtedly guilty. The homicide had been ruled as self-defense in spite of the fact that all knowledge of Adonis had been erased from his mind now that Ogata was released. It was hard to dismiss the possibility that he would cause more damage. Enough. I should think of something else. I shut off the TV. I still had to deal with the package that had arrived earlier. Mulling the situation over, I picked up the suspicious package. It's light. I could barely feel anything inside. The package practically felt empty. Do not open this in your home. Slowly, I removed the package tape. I gingerly opened the box to find... Huh? Inside was a single USB flash drive and a letter. The sender's name was Akito Sera. Hastily, I opened the letter. On the letter, I read, Dear Lee Hoshino. To my knowledge, Adonis has infiltrated the police station. Hi! That's why I'm sending this to you rather than the police. How are you, Javi? I don't know if this atones for my crimes. I don't know if it will ever be forgiven. But I hope this helps you. Akito Sera, December 14th. He must have sent it before he surrendered. That explains the pseudonym. He probably didn't want Adonis to find out. If that's the case, I couldn't be the one to analyze the data on the USB drive. It would be disastrous if the caller detected it, so I texted Yanagi. Akito sent a package under an alias. There's a USB drive inside. His reply was immediate. Maybe Sasaka should take a look. I think that would be best. Can we ask him? Alright, bring it by the office tomorrow. Okay, I'll stop by before work. Also, we might as well talk about where we go from here. Huh? He doesn't want the caller to hear. I'm sure Yanagi wasn't sure whether or not the caller should hear certain things. That being the case, it made sense for him to talk over text. Okay, is it about getting closer to Adonis? Exactly. With that in mind, how do you think we should proceed? We had recent reached the first big question. The first thing we should do is, oh no. Oh man, I don't want to be responsible. Let's see what are the options. Find the person who gave me the collar. Find Ogata. Look for Adonis's past. Look into Adonis's past. Technically, that had to be it. I think we should find the person who put this collar on me. You're right. That's something you need to do. I don't know. The response of that's something you need to do almost feels like a mean. If we didn't, my worries would remain. Additionally, it seemed like the culprit wanted this to happen. Let's go say hi to Seiki. Phew. After texting back and forth with Yanagi for a while, we had settled on a plan. First, Enomoto and Yoshinari would locate the newly released Tomoki Ogata. While Sasaka continued to investigate Adonis's past, Yanagi would investigate Okazaki, would question Okazaki about anything he knew, and I would find the person responsible for it, the collar. I have an early day tomorrow. I should sleep. Good night, Adonis. Just who on earth could have collared me? Yanagi said they were related to the police. The real search would begin tomorrow. I had a lot of ground to cover. I don't really want to know. I'd been so busy lately that I had devoted much thought to the collar. What if my assailant ended up being somebody that I knew? Seiki texting you right now. I continued to consider that frightening thought. My phone vibrated. Just want to check on something. Huh, Yanagi, was there something we didn't cover? I patiently waited for the next message. Okazaki didn't hit on you, did he? I couldn't contain a laugh. To think that he had taken Okazaki's joke so seriously, I have to admit it made me feel a little happy to know that Yanagi was so concerned about it. Are you sure you want to know? Surprising even myself, I sent off a teasing reply. Don't joke, you're joking, right? Haha, he's so serious. Normally, all we ever talked about was work, so this was relaxing to text about things like this. My earlier anxiety faded, and I felt like I wanted to continue this a little longer. Teasing him would be, it's a secret. I don't know. I probably shouldn't tease him any further. I don't know. He might get angry if I overdid it. I'm just kidding, of course. Sorry for making you worry. Right. Sorry to keep you up. See you tomorrow. Nope, that seems like we should load back in. That doesn't feel right. That feels too easy. It's a secret. My heart raced for a suspense or mischief. It's a secret. I'll leave it to your imagination. Fine. I'll just wring it out of Okazaki and then I'll put him in jail. It was just a joke. Sorry. I know. I was just playing along. You should sleep. Good night. Maybe he's frustrated with me. Oh, God. Slightly uneasy, I texted him good night and closed my eyes. I don't know if that one was better or worse. I'm not sure. The next day... Geez, I don't know if I had an infection thing or not. My goal now was to find the person responsible for putting the collar around my neck. Do I go back? Do I start that over again? December 20th, 1:10 p.m. I have no idea where to begin. Okay, hang on. I'm going to restart that one again because I confused myself. I thought teasing was the answer. Yanagi's an old man like me. All right, just kidding. No, it goes exactly here again. Okay. We're going to load in again because I feel like It's a Secret had a better reaction, but who knows? We'll see. Who knows? December 20th. I had no idea where to begin. I already made up my mind to cross this perilous bridge. I wandered around and talked to people. I subtly tried to get people to talk using particular words and leading them. I heard many stories of what people had been doing December 5th, the night I had been collared. I didn't get much useful information. There's nobody that seemed suspicious. In other words, the assault had been meticulously executed. Less than half a month left until X Day. We didn't know when the next incident will occur, so we need a lead fast. Still, nothing had happened yet. Yesterday, Adonis had unloaded a new video to provoke the police, but that was it. Maybe the person responsible for the caller was waiting for me to find my motive. Are they still close to me? I lightly shook my head to clear my cobwebs and thought about what to do next. I just pictured actual cobwebs in her head. That was... Where should I go from here? That was the weirdest. Like, it felt like she's like in a dream mode. Oh, look at this. He's almost got more save files. Let's go to the roof. Let's go to the roof.
何をこそこそと嗅ぎ回っている。痛くもない腹を探られるぞ。
What are you sniffing around for? People think you're up to
それでな
something.
くても今はそこら中気が立っている奴が多い。目立つ行動は避けた方が身のためだぞ。
I'm just saying everyone's wound pretty tightly right now. I'd advise against being conspicuous. That's so mean. HQ forensics. Can't go there. Reception.
お、星野じゃん。忙しそうだな。真剣にしわ寄ってるぞ。ま、能天気にしてられないのもわかるけどな。
Hey Hoshino, you look busy. I can tell from your frown. Well, this is definitely no time to
俺もいい
slack.
加減ストレス溜まっててさ。たまにはパッと飲みに行こうぜ。
I'm pretty stressed out too. We should go have a drink sometime. That was your hint, my friend. He was your hint. Okay. SRCPO. Unless it's literally Mochida. Community affairs. I don't know. Who should I bother? Investigation HQ. That'd be Snake Guy. Forensics is Shidashi's friend. No, I lied.
またあんた豆っちゃ豆だよね。
You again. Awfully diligent, aren't you?
捜査本部に参加してんだし、こっちに来るよりよっぽど情報入るだろうに。
Now that you're part of Investigations HQ, your intel should be much better than anything we have.
今日は何の用？あ、もしかして昼の弁当が焼肉だったりす
So
る？
what do you need? Oh, you're having grilled steak for lunch today? That's true. I guess I could go to Investigations HQ.
おや、何か気にかかることでもありましたか？
Have you discovered anything of
残
note?
念ながら捜査本部としても膠着状態に陥っています。お話しできるような進展はありませんよ。
Unfortunately, even Investigation HQ isn't making any real headway. I got nothing worth reporting now. Man, I'm having some bust conversations. I went to reception. Audio room. Organized crime division. Can't go there. Can't go there. Field ops unit.
おどうしたお嬢ちゃん。難しい顔してるな。悩み事か。
Is there something the matter, miss? You look
こ
troubled.
んな年寄りでよけりゃ話し相手ぐらいにはなってやれるぜ。
An old timer like myself can spare a few minutes to talk. Okay, that didn't help. Did I go to audio? Okay, field ops unit. Field operations support team?
まあまあ星野さん、ようこそいらっしゃいました。
Well, Hoshino. How very nice to see you again.
今日こそ主任との関係について存分に語っていただけますわよね。
Now you'll tell me about the director
邪
today,
魔者はお
won't
りま
you?
せんし。
It's the perfect time. There's no one here to interrupt. Got a lot of free time. Reception.
星野どうした？元気ないぞ。たまにはうな重でもおごってやろうか。
What's up, Hoshino? You look down. Let me treat you to some grilled eels
それ
sometime.
ともうち来るか？うちの嫁さんの飯は絶品だぞ。どんな疲れも吹っ飛ぶからな。
Or do you want to come over for dinner? My wife's an incredible cook. You'll forget all about your troubles. Dude, do I have anywhere else to go? Can I click on anything else? Hoshino, nothing unusual to report today. I'm glad nothing happened, but all this peace and quiet is kind of boring. You're bored, Hoshino? Yoshinari? Why didn't you say so? Let's go train. No. Thanks. I'll pass. Working under you is more than enough training. I didn't learn any new information. I feel like I'm losing touch. But there was one detail that stuck out while I had been poking around. If you're looking for the director, he's been on break for the last 5 days. Huh? Shirashi taking a vacation? He seems to have caught the flu. The flu? You're right to be suspicious. I didn't believe it at first either. If there's a strain of the flu that can take down the director, then I'd like to collect it. It could be cultured and weaponized for use in bioterrorism. Bioterrorism, the criminal act of using infectious agents such as viruses and bacteria to indiscriminately hurt a large number of people. I don't know about that. I'll just ignore that. I was really hoping that Shirashi could give me some hints to help pinpoint the mole within the police station. If the flu put him out of work, then nothing can be done. Still, it made me uneasy. What if he was attacked by Adonis? No, I was worrying too much. I shook my head to rid myself of that notion. For now, I reported to Yanagi that I'd come up empty and that Shirashi was on leave. I suppose that is enough. I typed a summary and sent it off. Okay, come over tonight. Yanagi replied immediately. It's good or bad. December 20th, 8:49 p.m. Good evening. Hey, good work today. It was pretty normal to have you over now. Why are you acting so serious? I brought donuts. Ah, so you can be useful once in a while. Make some coffee, Enomoto. You got it. When I arrived at the office, Yanagi, Enomoto, and Sasaka were there. As always, Okazaki and Yoshinari were on watch outside. It was business as usual. Shirashi isn't here. Then let's begin. We should review what we've learned so far. After Enomoto returned with a pot of coffee, Yanagi sat down on the sofa and brought the meeting to order. None of you guys have any problem taking down the guy on the other end of the collar, right? Huh? Looking at Yanagi, I blinked in surprise. That was awfully direct, pointed question. I understood right away. Yanagi wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the collar instead. He's probably trying to stay in a safe zone, so he probably won't eject now. The person on the collar instructed us to show them that we could reach them. He also said that he was looking forward to it. I am hitting the button. Did my controller fall asleep? Oh, hang on. In other words, he wants us to find him. Additionally, he's seen Hoshino's potential, so he'll try to test whether she can find him. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to wake you. My leg feels warm. Muchos apologies. It's okay, my love. Why were would he want us to find him now? So is he that confident that he won't be located?
それもあるだろうな。だが、俺たちは手がかりを手に入れた。
This is Chi Chi. She just had surgery yesterday, which is why she's beside me today. Because she's not feeling too well, and I need to keep an eye on her so she doesn't like try to lick her incision. She usually doesn't stick around in here with me, but she followed me in here and was laying on a blanket on the floor, so I pulled another chair over here so she could sit beside me. That could very possibly be true, but we found a lead.
まだ先は長いが、以前
I know.
そいつに
She got
たどり着ける
anxious when we
可能
first
性が見えて
started and she like crawled all over me, but now she's back to just sitting here. But she's like kind of, I can tell she's in some pain because she kind of like jolts a little bit every now and then. I know. She'll have moments where she's acting just like she's fine, and then she'll go back to like being a sad little bean. There's still a long road, but we've got a better chance of reaching him now that we've
星野に危
ever
険が
had.
及ばないなら、俺たちは真相まで切り込むつもりだ。
As long as it doesn't put Hoshino in danger,
いいんだな。
we plan to strike at the heart of Adonis, so we should make the details clear. For a moment, the room was quiet. There was no response from the caller. I guess that means we're in the clear.
みたいだな。
Seems like it.
じゃあ問題ないってことで話進めるぞ。まずはバカ猫から預かった USB の中身についてだ。
Then let's get. Ooh, why'd you mention the USB so loudly? Excuse me, they might not be listening, but they could be listening. Then let's get things moving along, shall we? First, I want to talk about what was on the USB drive that stupid cat gave me. But it's okay now. My dog also had an operation a week ago. Oh. She got not neutered, that's not the right word. The other word, because she's a girl, and got microchipped. And they also cut her toenails. We have like tile floors, so you always can hear clippity clopping. But I hope your puppy's feeling okay too. What is it?
プロテクトがきついのと特殊な暗号化されてるせいで解析には時間がかかりそうだが正直驚いた。
She's 4, I think. The encryption is pretty tough, so it'll take a while to finish cracking it all. I gotta say, I was surprised. We mainly got her fixed so that she can stay at doggy daycares and stuff. Because she's an indoor dog. She doesn't go anywhere, so. But we might go places, and so we just want to make sure we have options and also that she's safe. The encryption is pretty tough, so it'll take a while to finish cracking it. I gotta say, I was surprised. It's a treasure trove of intel on Adonis. We might even find out where their hideout is. Wait, really? That's great. Akito had trusted me with this information. This would help him as well, and I could feel his determination urging us forward. You did good, Cat. Leave the rest to me. Oh, I didn't.
セラを自首させたことで得られたものだ。お前の手柄なのは間違いない。
We have this because Sarah turned himself in. You deserve credit for making that happen. Thank you.
それから、
She accepts compliments like I do. Also, Sasuke successfully hacked Shidashi's phone. What? Why Shidashi?
お前が首輪をつけられた日、事務所にアドニスからの手紙を置いていったのは白石だったんだ。
The day that you were ambushed by Adonis, Shidashi was the one who left the letter in our office. What? What does all that mean? Could Shidashi be? Enomoto and Sasuke had odd expressions on their faces, but they didn't look surprised. Yanagi had probably told them earlier. Why else would Sasuke tap his phone? But Yanagi has trusted Shidashi for such a long time. I knew that they had shared an old friendship. He was an eccentric man who I could never read, but he had given me good advice. Is it true? He admitted it to me personally. There's no doubt. Yanagi said it with a neutral expression. Are you saying that Shidashi put this collar on me?
いや、それは違う。おそらくだがな。 本人も自分は駒に過ぎないと言っていた。
No, that's not possible. It's just a hunch, but I think Shidashi's just a pawn as
首輪を
well.
つけたやつは間違いなくアドニスの中核を担う人間だろうからな。
Whoever put this collar on you is sure to be a central figure at Adonis. Oh, maybe I'm just worrying too much, but Shidashi hasn't come to work for 5 days. I texted you about it earlier. Maybe he's been punished for outing himself to you?
あの人に限ってそれはねえだろ。
No way, not that guy. Sasuke brushed aside my worries. He didn't look concerned as he continued to munch on a donut. It was such an ordinary sight. It balanced the shocking revelation and calmed me slightly. Oh, I see.
白石さんはアドニスのスパイだったかもしれねえけど、長い年月をかけて巧妙に警察内部に入り込んでた。
Shidashi might have been an Adonis spy, but that means he infiltrated the police office for years.
バレたくらいでボロ出すようなタイプじゃない。
He wouldn't be so careless to reveal himself and make it known to everyone. That does make a lot of sense. He's quite the stubborn one.
それに手紙を置くメッセンジャーとして使いっ走りはさせられても、X-ray 事件に関与してない可能性もある。
And even if they're just using him as a messenger, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's really part of the X-Day.
え？アドニスのスパイなのに X-Day 事件と関わりないって
Huh? How can a
どういう意味だよ？
spy for Adonis not be related to X-Day?
これは白石本人も以前から分析していたことだが、アドニスはおそらく内部分裂している。
I don't know what that word is. All right. Well, according to Shidashi's own analysis, there appears to be infighting within the Adonis's ranks. What? That means
アドニスが声明を出してはいるが、実際に X デー事件を起こしたのはテロ組織とは縁もゆかりもない一般人だ。
Adonis issues statements, but the people who do all the dirty work are regular civilians without strong ties to the terrorist group.
復讐心を利用するために勧誘した付け焼き場の実行犯。アドニスと深い関わりを持つ人間じゃない。
They're seduced into becoming instruments of revenge for show. They aren't long-time Adonis conspirators. We've operated on this assumption for a while. They have no past ties to Adonis. They're pawns and they're treated as such.
けどな、アドニスは結構前からある宗教組織なんだよ。
I like the phrase cultish. Adonis is a cultish organization that's been around for a
トップが
while.
何考えてんのか知らねえが、ここに至って新参者を入れて好き勝手やらせたのは事実だ。
We don't know what the heads are thinking, but it seems certain that some newer members have been doing as they
フル
please.
株がそれに不満を持つってのもおかしな話じゃねえだろ。
It would make sense that the veterans are taking offense to that. I suppose that's a possibility.
経歴から考えると、白石は長年アドニスの工作員として警察に潜入していたはずだ。
Based on his history, Shidashi's sure to be something like a covert agent on a long-term assignment.
ここで X デー事件を調べていたのは、俺たちの監視を兼ねていたとは思うが。
I believe he's been keeping an eye on us as we investigate the X-Day crimes,
内部の
but
状況そのものが不明瞭だったからとも考えられる。
there's a lot about the inner workings of Adonis that is still unclear.
ああ、つっても結局は今のところ憶測でしかないって感じですよね。
So it's like we can only speculate about that for now.
まあな。
Pretty much. There was likely infritting, I don't know, at Adonis. If the people behind X-Day also put the collar on me, was it possible that Shidashi wasn't obeying orders from that point of the top? Still, it doesn't change the fact that he's part of Adonis. Adonis had horrifically killed many people. Honestly, I didn't want to believe Shidashi was part of an organization like that. I'm shocked, of course, but I wonder how Yanagi felt when he found out about his friend. He was acting normal, but he had to have been hurt by this. So this is true then. Shidashi is... I didn't know him very well, but I wanted to trust Shidashi because you did too. Almost impeccably, my voice trembled. When I looked up at Yanagi, he seemed like he was suffering.
で、白石さんの通話記録の中に一つ気になる発信元があった。
So looking at Shidashi's call logs, there was one interesting contact that stuck out. Sasaka continued on topic in his usual tone as if trying to change the mood.
番号不明だが、発信元の場所は国会議事堂。それも回数が多い。かなり頻繁に連絡を取り合ってる。
It's an unknown number, but the call was made from the National Diet Building. The two were in frequent contact.
それだけなら政治家に知り合いがいるだけとも思えるんだが、メノト。
That alone would suggest his acquaintance with that he's acquainted with a politician, but Enomoto. Oh, wait. Yeah, they're connected. Connected?
この間釈放された尾形智樹の動向を張ってたんだけどな。SP らしい人間とコンタクト取ってたんだよ。
Me and Yoshinari were tracking that Tomoki Ogata guy that got released recently. He made contact with someone that looked like SP.
調べてみたら、そいつは若手の政治家、三国礼月の SP だった。
When we looked into it, it turned out that he was assigned to a young politician named Rei Mukini. Rei Mukini, the son of the current prime minister?
三国礼、新進気鋭の政治家だ。若年層からの支持が。
Rei Mukuni is a rising political star. He's a reformer supported by young voters, very popular with the young politicians. It's because he's so attractive. And he was influential in lifting the weapons ban. Don't tell me he's the one behind this. There have been attempts. Hi. Okay. Our little fox cub. There has been attempts to repel the ban in the shadows going on for years now. The current regimen claims that it needed to fully enforce the law. Japanese society can't lose. Build a stronger Japan and all that. This guy's name was at the center of all that bluster. But lifting the weapons ban was supposed to help citizens resist Adonis and stop X-Day crimes, yes? No. I know. I know. Now you found something that smells interesting on your blanket. It's probably you. You've been laying on it. Why would he and this movement be involved with Adonis? No. I know, you're so sad. I know. I'm sorry. I know, right? All he does is give Adonis' targets the ability to retaliate. Isn't that something they'd want to avoid? Oh, there you go. What a good position. You look nice and comfy now.
そこで、さっきの内部分裂の話に戻るんだ。
This brings us back to the infritting. Ah, man. Frankly, I was confused. Perhaps sensing my bewilderment, Yanagi stepped in to explain.
アドニスの中核を担う人物だった。しかしそのミクニより上の立場にいる人間が X デイ事件を勝手に推し進めた。
Rei Mikuni is the central figure within Adonis, but someone above Mikuni must be pushing the X-Day plan forwards.
アドニスの幹部としては上に逆らえない。だから政治家として手を打った。そうは考えられないか。
Adonis members must defer to superiors, so he made his move as a politician and said, has that occurred to you? But why would Rei Mikuni be mixed up with Adonis to begin with? And as a central leadership figure at that, I tried hard to consider the reasons.
三国礼の父は知っての通り、現総理大臣の三国幸久。母親とは幼い頃に死別。
Rei Mikuni's father is Koji Mikuni, the current prime minister. Rei's mother passed away when he was a
その
child.
幼い頃に死別してる母親がとある宗教組織に属してた。
Rei
組織自体
Mikuni's
は名も知られてない小規模のものだけどな。
late mother belonged to a religious organization. It was a small sect whose name is unknown. A religious group.
総理になる前のこととはいえ、表向きは経歴から隠蔽されてる。だが、突っ込んで調べりゃわかる。
This happened before Mikuni became prime minister, but this information was buried. You can find it if you dig deep enough.
それに関して追加情報がある。
There's additional information regarding that. Hmm?
2年前の総理大臣
You trying to
暗殺について
sneakily
アドニ
lick
ス
your
のスパイ
incision?
に
I
潜り
saw
込んでい
you.
た SP についてだ。
It involves the Adonis spy within the SP who played a role in the assassination attempt 2 years
警
ago.
察その他のデータベースでは当然そいつの名前は隠蔽されていたんだが、岡崎から聞き出せてな。
The agent's name was redacted from the police database and other sources, but I got it from
その同
Okazaki.
僚の過去と家族をたどったところ、ある宗教組織が浮上した。
When I followed the lead to his colleagues' past and family, it led me to a certain religious group. Would it be the same group that Rei Mukuni's mother belongs to?
その通りだ。偶然にしてはできすぎている。
One and the same. This can't just be a coincidence.
ピンポイントな情報なら拾いやすい。セラが残したデータ、漁ってみるか。
This should be easy with those details. I'll search through the data Sera left us. Determined Sasuke turned to his computer. The office was filled with the sound of his keyboard for a little while. Sasuke's hand stopped a few minutes later.
一つそれらしいのが引っかかった。三国千穂。アドニスの前身でもある宗教組織の幹部だったらしい。
I found something. Chiho Mikuni, it looks like she was the leader of a religious sect that Adonis splintered from.
おそらくこの人物が三国レイの母親だろう。
She's probably Rei Mukuni's mother. You lost me.
俺もショートしそう。
Me too. I think my brain just fried. Rei Mukuni was related to Adonis. For now, that was certain, I think. I managed to grasp that much. I hadn't managed to absorb all that they said, but I knew that they had gotten a lot of intel. Rei Mukuni report had been added to the materials.
これくらいで値上げんのかよ。
Cropping out us on already.
まあ、おいおい整理していってくれ。今後の方針だが、まずはこの三国レイの身辺を探って、コンタクトを取るのが最優先だ。
All right, take some time to process it. Going forward, the priority is to locate Rei Mukuni and make contact. Okay.
お前の方はどうだ、星野。
How'd it go on your end, Hoshino? Sorry, I didn't make any progress. I see. I felt gloomy. Maybe it was because I hadn't made any headway, or maybe it was because everything I thought I knew was now suspect. I felt like I was worse off than when I began. It wasn't a pleasant feeling.
ああ、一気に情報詰め込んで脳みその許容量を超えたっつうか、ちょっと休憩しね。
I think you just overloaded my brain with a massive info dump. Can we take a break for a bit?
バカには難しすぎたか。その間にもう少し解析進めとく。
Too much for the idiot, eh? I'll keep analyzing the files then.
そうだな。少し頭を冷やそう。一服してくる。
All right, let's break. I'm stepping out for a smoke. Oh, Yanagi? Yanagi paused as he was getting up. I hadn't expected to say that. I wasn't sure why he stopped. I probably didn't want him to leave me behind. I had to start suspecting people I knew now. Can I come with you? Sure. Yanagi nodded. Nice. A biting wind was blowing on the rooftop. It sounded strangely sad.
寒くないか?
Aren't you cold? I'm fine. I hadn't really noticed the cold, maybe because so much was on my mind. Besides, I felt pretty comforted just by being outside with
身内を
Yanagi.
疑わなきゃならないからな。神経がすり減るのも当たり前だ。
We have to suspect our friends and allies. That would wear on anyone. Yanagi, it was obvious that he was concerned about me. But we won't get anywhere unless we start. Still, I was just too difficult for me to find anything to suspect about them. My personal desires. I see you, my love. I see you. You're like, if she can't see me, I can, though. You're right beside me. My personal desires to trust them was too strong, so it was clouding my judgment. The thought only depressed me even further. This was not the time to be sentimental.
逆に考えてみたらどうだ
Why don't you try thinking about it in reverse? Huh?
ああ信じたい気持ちを無理やり抑える必要はない
Sneezing. There's no need to force yourself to unravel your own
疑う
trust.
のは簡単だいつでもできる信じるっていうのは
Anyone can doubt someone. Trusting people is the hard
なら
part.
お前が信じている部分はそのままに理屈で考えてみるしかないだろ
What you do is try to think about the aspect that you trust rationally. Rationally, by process of elimination, you mean?
これは多分お前自身が答えを出さなきゃいけないものだ
This is probably a conclusion you can only arrive at on your own. Okay, unless I discovered the answer myself, I wouldn't be able to accept it. Someone I trust had to put the collar on my neck. That was the
都
stark
庁での事件の
reality.
時お前は自分で解決できる力があったのに俺を信じて任せてくれた
I'm so sorry, Chi-Chi. My
俺が
back
打た
hurt.
なきゃ意味がないと言ってくれた
At the Tokyo Metropolitan Office, you could have ended things yourself, but you couldn't on you. You counted on me. You said it was pointless if I didn't shoot.
今回もそれと同じだだがあの時お前が俺を支えてくれたように一緒に情報を整理する
Side eye. I see you. It's the same in this situation. It's the same way that you backed me up there. We can think about this together.
まずはそうだな首輪をつけられた夜のことを思い出してみろ
First, let's see. Think about the night you were collared. Right. The night I was heading home after work. I attempted to recall the night of December 5th. Somehow it felt like it was ages ago. I had canvassed the area for witness accounts, but I never really thought about what I was doing there that night. And on the way home, I got a call from Mochida saying that a fight had broken out in Shinjuku Garden. I went to the scene to stand by, but Mochida hadn't arrived yet. Then I was knocked out from behind. When I came to, I was lying in a church. Someone had strewn red anemone flowers around me, and I heard a voice coming from the collar.
あなたは選ばれた実験体なのです。これから私は
No.
X デーまでの間、あなたの行動を監視させていただきます。
You have been chosen as this test subject. Henceforth, you will be closely monitoring your actions until X date. No.
あなたが自分の正義を貫いたその時こそ、こんな形ではなく、直接お会いすることを
I know. You're like, please, mother. When you execute your own form of justice, I promise we will meet not like this, but in person. Good girl.
まず性別は絞れるか
Could you tell me the voice's gender? Was it male or female? Oh, it's a boy. But is it Mochida? What's happening? Is it your brother? It's him! It's Seiki! Oh man. What is this world I'm living in? I think the voice was male. If the kidnapping was the work of one person, then they would have moved me to this area on their own. It'd be tough for a woman to move me that far.
じゃあ次だ残った候補の中でその人物の弱みになるような例えば家族がいてよく話題にするようなやつはいるか
Oh, she looks so sad on the camera. The next amongst your remaining candidates, have anyone revealed personal information, maybe frequently bringing up their family. Someone that often talks about family. Yes. Yes, there is. Mochida immediately came to mind. He was always speaking fondly of his wife.
この計画を企てた人間はおそらくだが 単独行動を好んでいる。
Whoever plotted this probably works
作
alone.
り話で家族のことを話題として持ち出すかもしれないが、調べられればボロが出る。だから頻繁に口にはしないだろう。
He could cook up a family, but it would just fall apart if you investigated it, so the suspect wouldn't call attention
そう
to it.
いう人間がいるなら、
You can rule anyone like that out. Okay.
次に、お前の帰宅時間を把握している人間は絞れるか？
Can you think of anyone who knows when you usually go home? Well, yes. I think I can narrow it down with that. They would need to know my routine home, my route home, if they were going to locate and ambush me while I was on my way
つま
home.
り、身軽な立場という可能性が高いな。立場が上の人間がうろついていたら、それだけで何かしら視線を集める。
He's likely part of the rank and file. If it's a higher up was prying around you, that alone would invite suspicion and gossip.
最後だ。奴はお前を良き理解者、さらにお前の正義に共感している。
One final detail, the voice called you a sympathizer and said that he shared your ideas of justice.
自分の正義について話したことがある。またはそれを把握できる立場。当てはまる人間はいるか？
Can you remember anyone you discussed justice with or who is otherwise in a position to understand your ideals and values? A low-ranked man who didn't talk about his family much knew what justice meant to me and sympathized with me? I know someone. There is. I could feel the blood rising to
答
my
えに近づ
face.
いたみたいだな。
Looks like you're close to the answer. I can't believe it. This must be a nightmare. But the answer was obvious once I forced myself to see it. Have I known all this time in my heart? Was I really willfully playing dumb?
悪いが、俺もいろいろと調べさせてもらった。結果、
Let's say the name on the count of 3 at the same time. Sorry, but I did a lot of investigating too, and I definitely turned up someone suspicious. Yanagi was trying to guide me. In other words, he already knew the answer. He wasn't talking about likelihood anymore. He knew the answer he had would mean to
お
me.
前が信じたくない気持ちはわかる。だが今は、お前が信じているそいつは別人だと思った方がいい。
I understand that you don't want to accept it, but right now, you need to think of your trusted friend as a separate person. The person who put this collar on me was... Oh, do I have to do this? Oh god. Oh god, can I spell his name? Say... Nope, that's not right. Oh, thank you. Oh, wait, am I doing it backwards? Oh, hang on, you're right. I keep calling him Seiki. Kuzuri. This is a lot of work for them to be like, hey, put the name in there. How do I go to the next side? Go to the next side. Yeah, I think it's the last name too. But I keep calling him Seiki, so this is how I'm going. How do I go to the next side? Oh, there we go. Haha, normal things. This is the weirdest way to type I've ever seen. I wonder if you could touch the screen and I just have my thing on the dock. Okay. Yeah. Seiki? I didn't want to believe it. I couldn't believe it. This has to be some mistake. Seiki had been my friend since our training. He couldn't have anything to do with the X-Day. The X-Day crimes had only started in the past year. You're wrong. That's impossible. Hoshino, you're the one who said it. You take his jacket off? Yanagi reached for my trembling shoulders. His sleeve brushed me. Yanagi was warm, and he smelled of tobacco, which is not a good smell, by the way. It made me relax just a bit. Then my phone rang. Hands trembling, I checked the screen. The name it displayed was... Seiki. The phone slipped through my stiff and unresponsive fingers. No. I'm glad that I've been shouting that he's the guy for like, I don't know, since the second game. So haha, calm down. It'll be fine. I'm right here with you. Yanagi caught my phone as it fell from my hands. I sluggishly looked up at him. I didn't know what to do. At Yanagi's beckoning, I trembly answered the call. I don't like the smell of tobacco. It's not a pleasant scent. So anytime they make it sound like, oh, it smells nice, I'm like, no. Yes.
Hoshino? なんだよ。えらい暗い声して。
Hoshino, what's up? You sound really down. What do you need?
今日お前を署で見かけたとき、かなり疲れた顔してたからさ。
Oh, am I wrong? He's acting normal. I thought he was calling because he like was listening on the caller. Turns out it was Mochida the whole time. He's the one who told me to go. Well, when I saw you at work today, you looked really beat. How about a drink to lift your spirits? We haven't talked in a while, right? Hoshino? Are you there? Is everything okay? Sorry, I'm fine. I can't. I have plans today. How dare you? This is why he put a collar around your neck. You blush him off like he's nothing. He's so beautiful. That's too bad. Well, SRCPO has been pretty busy lately. Investigations HQ is a mess too, aren't they? Yeah. Just text me when you're free then. Okay. Let's have a passionate discussion over justice. Oh, about justice over drinks again. Later. Seiki ended the call, leaving me trembling and doubtful. What'd he say? He says he wants to go out for drinks. The words I just heard replayed in my head over and over again. Why did he suddenly say that particular word right at that moment? The answer was right in front of me, but I just didn't want to believe it. He always springs it on like that. Whenever there's something he wants to vent about or a funny story he wants to tell me, whenever he wants to tell me something, he'll suddenly invite me out for drinks. And it usually happens when I'm feeling down. The timing of the call, obviously not a coincidence. He called us because he was listening to us over the caller. It was his chance to call you. That's not true. Seiki's always like this. Hoshino. You're wrong. You're wrong. It can't be. Not Seiki. Well, I was desperately denying it. Something Seiki had once said came to mind. The fact that we could carry guns set us apart. We trained to defend law and had guns to uphold it. When a criminal is right in front of you, you're prepared to shoot and protect, right? I told them I became a cop to make people happy and make the world peaceful. They just laughed at me. What's wrong with my dream? That's the purest dream there is, right? I don't read flashbacks, but I'll make an exception for Seiki. For sure, SRCPO still listens to the people who are in need. I'm sure you'll be of help to someone. It's true because I'm saying it, although it's hard to help them all. At least if there's people nearby who are in trouble, you want to help them, right? Right? I'm pretty stressed out too. We should go have a drink sometime. Oh, Seiki. How much of that was just lies? Or was it all true? It was confusing. I couldn't think straight. My vision blurred. I fainted. Hoshino? His back was warm. His back? Oh, he did put his jacket on her. Okay, so that did happen. Aw, she looks so cute.
落ち着け。
Relax. Easy for you to say. I just found out my best friend put a collar on me. He whispered into my ears. His tone was gentle, like he was comforting a child. You are a child compared to him. It was a calm and gentle voice. But it didn't reach my
大
heart.
丈夫だ。大丈夫だから。
It's okay. Everything will be all right. How can you say that? Seiki is...
お
Seiki...
前は俺が過去に人を殺したと聞いたとき、どう思った？
What did you think first when you heard that I'd killed someone in the past? Huh? His sudden question startled me, but the answer came to me immediately. Just sitting there. I wanted to believe in you. I chose not to obsess over it and decided to wait to hear your side of the story. I thought Yanagi couldn't do such a thing. That's why I really wanted to hear him explain it to me before I
お
judged
前
him.
が佐伯という男を信じたいなら、その気持ちまで捨てる必要はない。
If you want to believe in Seiki, you don't have to discard those
どんな事
impulses.
情があろうと、アドニスが今までやってきたことは許されない。
No matter what his circumstances are, Adonis's actions have been
だ
unforgivable.
からといって、事情を知ろうとする気持ちを抑える必要もない。目を背けるよりは、ずっといいはずだ。
You don't have to resist the urge to learn about his reasons for doing what he did. It's better than refusing to see the truth. Yanagi. Gradually, Yanagi's words began to seep into my heart. I didn't have to lose my willingness to
す
trust.
べてが嘘だったと思い込む必要はないんだ。嘘の中にも、必ず真実はある。
Don't dwell on how much might be a lie. Remember, even in lies, there are bits of
そい
truth.
つから受け取った優しさや強さは、お前にとっては本物だ。それを否定する必要はどこにもない。
In your case, the strength and kindness you receive from Seiki is still real. There isn't any need to reject that. I agree with this because I always get so frustrated when I see like people say things like, oh, this ruined my childhood. Like finding out something has changed. I'm like, it didn't change. Your childhood was the same. You found out something now and it changed your opinion. That doesn't mean that your childhood was shattered from it. So
肯定してくれたように。
the same way you decided to accept me. I decided to accept you because it seemed like a trick. I want to trust him. Aw. They're both napping. This pose is really confusing me. Her hair is the wildest thing I've ever seen. I touched Yanagi's arms with my hand. My cold fingers didn't move as I wanted. They must have reflected my state of mind. I just don't want to believe that Seiki has been behind all of this. Yeah. I thought I'd been mentally prepared for this, no matter who the mole in the force was or who put the collar on me. But all that determination was crumbling now that I had to hit upon the truth. The haircut of the main character is weird. It is weird because it's like short and long, but like it's not like mullet style. It's like short all over and long all over. It's pretty interesting. It was heartbreaking. It's basically a denial of everything I've ever believed about him. But like Yanagi said, I didn't have to just throw it all away. It feels like her hair was meant to be like Sailor Moon's, because Sailor Moon has like short bangs near the front and then she has her hair up on the top. I don't know. But yeah, I found it very strange. For a while after I'd come to my conclusion, Yanagi just held me close until he was sure I'd calmed down. How
とりあ
convenient.
えず、これでも飲め。
Is it vodka? Here, drink this. It'll warm you up a bit. Thanks. When we finally returned to the office, Yanagi made me a cup of hot cocoa because I am literally a child. I gripped the mug with both hands, still lost in thought. I still couldn't see an answer.
星野、今日はここに泊まっていけ。
Hoshino, stay over tonight. Eh? My impaired mind couldn't understand why Yanagi would abruptly suggest such a thing. Only looks good when she has a hairstyle. Not something strong, not something stronger. Just hot cocoa. Like, this is gonna chill me out, yeah. I don't know her hair. Like, her hair is the weirdest one. I like when they just do long hair and keep it simple, but hers is all the wild. Does it even have a photo of her hair on here? No, it only has the guys on the cover. I don't even know what her hair looks like on the box. But I feel like almost all of the main characters in the Otome games look very similar. Actually, this one, she looks slightly different because they gave her actually short hair. And then she has like long tussles in the front. So that's like the most different I've seen somebody. My impaired mind couldn't understand why Yanagi would abruptly suggest such a thing. As I blinked slowly, Yanagi explained himself while slowly sipping his own cup of hot cocoa. Oh, he made two.
佐伯はいつか直接会うことになるって言ったんだろう。
The voice on the collar, Seiki, said that you'd eventually meet in person, right? Right.
正体が判明した今、いつまたお前が狙われるかわからない。今日にでも行動に出る可能性がある。
Now that you've identified him, he could target you at any time. It could even happen today.
今すぐ佐伯を罪に問うのは難しい。まず、確実に証拠が出ない。俺たちだけで捉えるにしても、かなり無理だ。
Trying to be sneaky. But it'll be hard to charge Seiki right away. We still don't have evidence. Even if we caught him ourselves, it would be tough. My stomach sank watching Yanagi consider our options. It was probably more my sadness and pain. I never knew anything about Seiki at all. So it felt like a massive betrayal. I had trusted him. Yanagi had moved next to me now, and he began patting me on the head. In our pursuit of the X-Day criminals, we've seen a lot of people. People trying to protect their own justice, people in search of justice, and people who spit upon justice. It's breaking my heart. Listen, I just want the story where I can date Seiki, okay? Do I have to join the bad side? I did it in Paradigm Paradox. Also, people who enforce their justice, even if it means getting their own hands bloody in the process. Justice comes in as many forms as people. No one can truly decide what is right. So the only thing people can be asked to do is follow their own heart. Yeah. I could never truly know my own sense of justice. Rather I was solving a case or helping a victim, I always feared that I was only doing it to escape my past and to feed my ego. But there has definitely been people who have saved me, even if it was just for their own satisfaction. Oh, thanks, Yanagi. You helped me remember, Hoshino. I only gained the resolve to seriously confront those crimes because you were here. Yanagi, his words filled me with courage like nothing else could. Me too. I've been moving forward because you were here with me. I had been truly afraid. I wanted to run away. I'd been ambushed and collared by persons unknown, paralyzed, and left to die. I didn't know what to do, whether I was collared. I just wanted to run and hide. But when I saw that you were trying to restore normal life to Shinjuku, I wanted to help you from the bottom of my heart. Which reminds me, I just thought about this. My sister started playing Ghostwire, and that takes place in Shinjuku too. And I'm like, man, this town doesn't get a break. That's where it started for me. It was the moment I felt like I could fight against X-Day. And now here I am. That meant I could only keep moving forward. I could only follow the path I believed in. Thank you, Yanagi. No, I'm the one who should be thanking you. I'm sorry for being so distraught. No, I really should be the one apologizing for everything. I'm the only one who needs to be doing either. I'm finally calm now, thanks to
そうだ
you.
落ち着けたならいいんだが
Okay, then, if that helps you. I can feel at ease because you're with me. When I said that and smiled, Yanagi chuckled and returned. It touched my heart. I wanted to tell him my honest feelings. Oh, gross. That's way too sudden. Oh my god, you guys haven't even held hands. Whoa. I love you, Yanagi.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm surprised too. The sudden confession made his eyes go wide, just as I expected. They made mine go wide. You guys have not been sharing this kind of feelings. Chi-Chi, are you surprised? She's so shocked right now. She just blurted that out. Yeah, she just blurted that way too casually. They haven't held hands. They haven't had a moment. There really wasn't anything leading up to this. I'd finally came out with it and said it. That was good enough for me. I liked Sasuke's story the most because his felt like the most natural progression of a relationship. Seiki and the collar still weighed heavily on my mind, but this message came straight from my heart. It was the time to tell him, I don't think so. Oh god, you're really precious to me. I thought I just looked up to you at first, but now I know it's something much more.
うわ
I'm right there with you, Yanagi. Yanagi looked uneasy. I could tell he was confused. It's okay, I just wanted to say it. I don't need an answer. Sorry for dropping this on you. There's only 10 days left until X Day. I'm still not totally sure what I can do, what will happen, or whether I'll be able to face the truth, but my feelings of wanting to be by your side are genuine. He doesn't have a family for a reason. It's been a long day, so I'll get some sleep. May I borrow your sofa?
あいや俺のベッドを使え俺が榎本のベッドで寝るから
Where's Enomoto? Where'd he go? Oh, you can just use my bed. I'll sleep on Enomoto's bed. Thank you. Don't you do it. I see you. I know. I'm here ruining your life. Because I love you, though. I took him up on the offer. It had been far more comfortable than the sofa. Just go home. What about Kazuki? I crawled into his bed for the second time. I sighed contently as I felt its warmth. It smells like you, Yanagi. Yanagi suddenly stood up coughing.
悪いタバコ臭いとかそういうやつか
That is fair. That's what I thought when she said that. Sorry, does it reek of cigarettes? A little bit, but I kind of like it.
そうか
No. All right then. I snuggled up in the bed, savoring the scent. Ooh, gross. And I was almost like being embraced by Yanagi. Oh, that's the creepiest sentence I've read. Until my eyes finally closed, Yanagi kept shooting me uncomfortable glances. Oh dear.
まったく
Good grief.
一生懸命で強気でまっすぐで時々こっちが驚くようなことを平気でするな
Coming straight at me with all you've got. Sometimes I'm surprised at how easy you do that.
まあ俺がそばにいることでお前が少しでも安らげるならそれでいい
Right now, staying with you helps you rest a little easier, then I'm okay with that.
怖い夢を見ないようそばで見守ってる俺はここにいるから
I'll keep watching so you don't have nightmares. I'll be right here. Sweet dreams. Dang.
結局、星野はどうしたんすか
So what happened with Hoshino?
岡崎に任せたよく言い聞かせておいたから大丈夫だろ
I left her with Okazaki. You left me in this apartment sleeping on your bed? My brother is home alone right now, and he's going through some emotions of his own. Okay, his best friend's in jail. All right, I left her with Okazaki. I gave him a heads up, so they should be
岡
good.
崎と吉成が二人がかりで警護して遅れを取ることはまずないはずだ
It's not entirely true. Okazaki has been part of a scam before. With both Okazaki and Yoshinari guarding her, she won't be an easy target.
一応あいつら凄腕 SP だしな。そうは見えねえけど。
They are the vaunted SP after all, though you'd never guess by looking at
今
them.
は少しでも休ませてやりたいこっちでできる限りのことをするぞ まずは敵の把握だ。
For now, I want to let her rest. We've got enough work on our own to do. Our first goal is to find our enemy.
佐伯譲ってやつのことですよね。
Don't look at the door like that. Don't scare me. Uzuru Seki, right?
柳さんに連絡もらってからすぐに調べた。けど、今のとこ不審な点は見つからねえ。
You're terrifying me. Oh my god. I checked him out as soon as you told me, but so far I haven't found anything suspicious. There's a small chance. So we're in the backest of my apartment. And in the frontest of my apartment where we enter in, there's currently a wasp nest on my patio, so there's a small chance that they're here for that because we told them about it. We found it out because we had like 3 wasps on our patio, and we're like, that's a lot more than we usually see in our neighborhood. And then we saw it on the wall. I was surprised to see his photo. I ran into him once, but he didn't seem like the terrorist type to me, honestly.
知能犯は表と裏の顔を使い分ける。佐伯も実動は他の人間
I love that sentence.
一般人を装っていたんだろうが。
These type have public and private personas. Seki leaves the groundwork to other people while masquerading as a regular
経
person.
歴がまっさら綺麗で傷一つねっつうのが逆に怪しすぎるって話だけどな。
But his squeaky clean history is suspicious in of
テロ
itself.
組織に関与してようとなかろうと普通に生きてりゃ多少は引っかかるとこがある。それがこいつには一つもない。
Not just criminals, but everyone pretty much ends up with a couple marks on their record, but this guy is an utterly blank slate.
やはり作られたものである可能性が高いな。
I knew it. It's likely he's using a fabricated identity.
作られたってまさか戸籍偽装とかそういうことっすか？
Fabricated identity? You mean he messed with the family registry?
バカにしちゃ鋭いじゃねえか。その通り。
Ah, ain't the idiot sharp today?
だとすると尻尾をつかめねえってことになるんじゃね？
Does that mean that we can't pick up his trail?
んなわけねえだろ。佐伯譲るって人間は確かに存在してんだ。本人じゃねえなら入れ替わった瞬間が必ずある。
Of course it doesn't. Uzuru Seki definitely exists, so he had to swap identities at some point.
データ上の調査はお前に頼んだ。俺と榎本は自宅や周囲の聞き込みから始める。
Sasaka, keep combing the data. Anamoto and I will search his home and area.
了解。じゃ。
Got it. Now.
どうした？
What's wrong?
マジかよ。
Does he live here? Are you kidding me?
おい、なんか PC やばい音してるぜ。大丈夫なのかよ、これ。
Are you getting hacked? Your computer's making a scary noise. Is that okay?
大丈夫じゃねえよ。入り込まれたな。
Hell no, it isn't. They're in the system.
ハッキングされたのか？
Say what? You got hacked?
くそ。書き換えられてる。
Damn it, they're overwriting everything.
こんにちは。
Adonis.
探偵事務所の皆さん。
Hello, detectives.
まさか首輪のやつか。
Don't tell me you're the collar
いや、
guy.
これまで首輪越しに聞いてきた声じゃない。それにこれは肉声だ。
Not quite. This isn't the voice from the collar. It's also
判
unaltered.
別いただいて何よりです。事務所の方に伺おうと思ったのですが、お留守だったのでこちらにお邪魔しました。
I'm glad you noticed. I thought I'd play the office a visit, but it was empty, so I let myself in. Girl, every time you look at the door, I get nervous. I hear nothing. Are you okay?
あっちも侵入されたか。随分と優秀なやつ囲ってるみてえだな。
So you're there too. You must have some hotshot working for you.
セラー・アキトのことは非常に残念です。彼は類いまれな技術を持ち、我々の理念と近しい精神を持っていた。
Such a shame about Akito Seta. He was exponentially skilled and possessed a mindset and ideas similar to our
彼
own.
らの中では唯一、正式に仲間へと加わっていただきたかった人材なのですけどね。
Of his peers, he's the only one we genuinely wished to add to our ranks.
うまくいかなくて残念だったな。
Too bad that didn't work out for you.
残念です。ですが我々と志を同じくする者たちの中には、 有能な技術者が多くいます。
Indeed a pity, though we count many such experts amongst the people we share our will.
実際こうしてあなた方のブレーンを翻弄しているのがいい証拠です。太刀打ちできるなどと思わないでください。
Our abilities to toy with your mind so easily is proof of that. Please don't consider us on equal footing.
お前、ミクニだな。
Are you Mikuni?
ご存知でしたか。まああなた方ならたどり着いているとは思いました。
So you know that much. Well, I was sure that you would reach that conclusion eventually.
たどり着いていようといまいと連絡を差し上げるつもりではありましたが。
In fact, I am contacting you because you made that
はじめ
discovery.
ましてミクニ・レイと申します。
It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Rei Mikuni.
ご丁寧にそっちからコンタクトを取ってくるとはな。
Ha, well, isn't that polite of you to come calling?
手間が省けたっちゃ省けたか。やり方ってもんがあんだろ。俺の PC に何してくれんだ。
I can appreciate shortcuts, but the way you did it won't fly with me. What the hell have you done to my rig?
ささすか、落ち着け。文句なら後で聞いて。
He's angry because he touched his computer. I can feel that. Calm down, Sasuka. You can voice your grievances later.
それでミクニ、一体何のつもりだ？
Mikuni, what exactly do you
あな
want?
た方に折り入ってご相談があります。
I've come to you for a sincere consultation.
相談？
A consult? For Adonis?
X デイを止めたいとか、あいつの首輪を外してやるとかなら喜んで聞いてやるけどな。
If you want to stop X Day and remove her collar, we'll gladly hear you out.
話が早くて助かりますね。その通りです。
That saves me some trouble. We want exactly that.
は
What?
詳しくは直接会ってお話ししましょう。
Let's discuss the details in
あ
person.
あその際、首輪の実験体は連れてこないようにお願いします。
But I must request that you do not bring the collar's experimental subject.
星野のことが。
You mean Hoshino?
そうです。彼女がいては話になりませんから。
Yes, this is not for her to
詳
hear.
しい場所はまた連絡します。それではひとまずこれで。
I'll contact you again with the location. We'll speak again shortly. I'm not invited? That's so mean. December 21st, 7:40 a.m. I'm either at the police
本当
station
に出勤して大丈
or
夫
that
な
fancy restaurant. Are you sure you want to go to work? Yeah, I have to do my job. I forced myself to smile at Okazaki, whose eyebrows were knitted in worry. When I woke up early, Yanagi was gone. In his place, Okazaki and Yoshinari had been guarding me. Apparently, Yanagi had met up with Sasuke and Anmoto to investigate Adonis. When I texted Yanagi that I was going to work, he explained what happened. Then he reminded me to be extremely cautious. Right now, the best thing I can do is to act like nothing has changed. If I went to work as I would normally, there was obviously a chance that I'd run into Seiki. It was risky, but this was part of discovering the enemy's plan. It could also be my chance to ask Seiki about his true intentions.
わかった。俺も一緒に行くよ。
Okay, I'm coming with you. Eh?
マジっすか、先輩。
Seriously, sir?
今日の俺は特防の一員ってことで。
Today I'm an SRCPO officer.
先輩、上に怒られますよ、それ。
Sir, our superiors are going to be pissed.
それは吉成くんが何とかしておいて。
That's why you're going to deal with
無
them.
理っすよ。
No!
誰が何と言おうと決めたから。
Oh god.
ちゃんと他の人にはバレないように貼ってるから安心してね。
I've already made up my mind. But don't reveal my identity so you don't have to worry about it. Sorry. Thank you. Let's go then. Okazaki's worry finally gave way to his usual smile. Mentally apologizing to Yoshinari, who was clutching his head, I let out a sigh. Are you gonna take your pen off? One down. I did my job as usual, directing police box resources to calls. It felt strange, like none of the recent life-altering events had ever occurred. I lend an understanding ear to the grievances and complaints of the citizens to ease their fears. That was my job, but now I was the one who was worried.
星野、そういえばお前、クリスマスはどうするんだ？
Hey Hoshino, what's your plans for Christmas? Huh? Christmas?
ああ、クリスマスだよ。もうすぐだろ？
You know, Yuletide, it's almost here. Oh wait, did they do the time? It should be December 21st, I think, if it's the next day. Now that you mention it, I hadn't even noticed until Mochida said it. I checked my calendar. It was almost Christmas. Mochida sure has it easy. Oddly, it was a luxury that Mochida was even able to think about holidays with everything else that was going on. This year, get reservations at a really nice restaurant. With your wife, you two are such lovebirds. Yeah, we've been trying to keep up with special occasions even though we're married. I think it's key to a happy marriage. I didn't have any engagements this holiday. That's what I was thinking when a hand shot out in front of my files I was working with. You're like a permanently newlywed, Mochida. It was a cheerful voice. I reacted in shock when he touched the file. I tucked in my arms quickly and spun around to face the voice. Ah, hey Slick. Seiki slacking off again. Not even close. I was just turning in a report. Hi, Seiki. It was indeed Seiki. I should look up his voice actor. Christmas, huh? Hoshino, are you spending it with anyone? He must be some smooth operator. This is a new face for him. I don't think I've seen this one. I couldn't answer him like I typically would. My face stiffened, but Seiki hadn't changed. He was too normal, exactly as he always was. Maybe suspecting him really was just a big mistake. He was just acting so nonchalant. Oh, did I say something weird? Hoshino, what's wrong? Oh no, it's nothing. No need to mince words on account of sad single me. I couldn't even force a smile at his joke. The way he didn't change a bit terrified me. Hey Hoshino, you look really pale. Are you sick? Do you need to visit the infirmary? Oh, Seiki, I love you. I would go with you in a heartbeat. I don't think she should, though. Wow, seriously, you're practically green. I think I'll take you there. I'm fine. In what world is this color fine? Up you go. Seiki lifted me by the arm. He supported me on his shoulder. Thanks, Seiki. I'll take care of her. Where's Okazaki? Then he led me from the room. Seiki took me down the hallway, or rather he dragged me. At that moment, I wanted to get my bearings. I wanted him to stop. I'm really fine, so stop. Honestly, Hoshino, your face is an open book. Everyone around is going to think something's up. We're not going to the infirmary. There's somewhere else I want to take you. What? This was just Seiki being... No, something was different. The way he talked and acted was the same, but his air had changed now. This is... I quickly looked around. Maybe it was bad luck, but nobody was around. The fear started to creep in again. My legs felt weak. The world where our ideals will be realized. I had to get out of here. Shove him, run away. Ah, girl, I don't know. Are you strong enough to shove him? He's got his arm around you, right? Oh my. Shove, run away. Shove, run away. Oh no. Run away? Whoa there. When I reflectively tried to run, Uzuru caught me with his hands. Oh, I've never seen you call him by his first name. Running away? That's cold. Stop it. What should I do? What could I do to escape his grip? In my panic, I couldn't think straight. I squirmed trying to get away. Then Lee. Okazaki! Okazaki had arrived in time to knock Seiki's hands aside.
うわ、どっから出てきたんだ？忍者かよ。
What? Where'd you come from? Are you a ninja?
君は誰？
Who are you?
SP って神出鬼没だよな。あ、俺は佐伯譲る。星野の同期です。
Your SP guys are really like phantoms. I'm Uzoru Seiki, Hoshino's coworker.
柳さんが言ってた要注意人物。
You must be the person of interest I was told of. Okazaki reached into his breast pocket. A moment later, he had a gun in his hand.
動かないで。
Freeze, stay right there. Dang.
ちょっと待てよ。
Hang on a second. Okazaki had drawn a pistol on Seiki without a moment's hesitation. His eyes were
ここ警
serious.
察署内ですよ、SP さん。懲戒免職者だと思うけど。
Mr. SP, we're in the police station. You know, I think that's grounds for
関
termination.
係ない。今の俺の目的は彼女を守ることだから。
That doesn't matter to me. My mission is to protect her.
まったく血の気が多いな。
Good grief, so hot-blooded. Seiki sighed an instant later. Gah! A sharp pain lanced through my neck. My vision blurred, my legs gave out. I couldn't stand. Lee? Did I die? I couldn't speak. Seiki was probably done something to my collar. What did you
俺
do?
を撃ったら星野は死ぬよ。
If you shoot me, Hoshino dies.
心配しなくていい。遅効性だから。ただ、そのままだと危ないけどな。
Don't worry, it has a delayed effect, although it's dangerous to leave her like
何が
this.
望み？
What do you want?
強いて言うなら、おとなしくしててほしいから。せっかくもうすぐ舞台が仕上がるのに、邪魔されたくないんだ。
Well, Seiki, you're so sweet and considerate. I'd say what I want is for you to behave. The stage is almost set, and I don't want any unwanted
そ
distractions.
の時が来るまで、俺のことは放っておいてくれないか。
Until that
望みは
point,
それだけだよ。
would you mind just leaving me alone? That's my only demand.
柳さん、ミネを連れてこなくてよかったのか。
Yanagi, are you sure we shouldn't bring Minio?
お前が榎本を頼りにするなんて珍しいな。
It's pretty rare for you to want his help.
見た目通り、体力だけはあるからな、あのバカ。何かあった時の盾にはなる。
His muscles are his only redeeming quality. He'd be a good meat shield if this goes
今日
south.
の昼のことは聞いただろ。今は星野の周囲に少しでも人手が欲しい。
You heard what happened today. I want as many people around Hoshino as possible.
まあ、解毒間に合ったのはいいが、ここで俺たちが殺されたら意味ねえだろ。
Well, I hope the antidote can make it in time. There won't be any point if we get taken out here.
わざわざ顔を見せて俺たちを殺すメリットはあっちにもないはずだ。今は交渉を有利に進めることを考えよう。
I don't think they gain anything by exposing themselves to kill us. We need to focus on good negotiation angles. Aw.
それではおくつろぎになってお待ちくださいませ。
Please relax and make yourself at home while you wait.
ミクにはまだ来ていないようだな。
Looks like Mikuni isn't here yet.
こんばんは、柳くん、笹塚くん。ちょっと久しぶりかな。
Good evening, Yanagi, Sasaka. It's been a while.
出た。
Well, look who it is.
インフルエンザで長期休暇じゃなかったのか？
Aren't you on sick leave because you came down with the flu?
そんなわけないでしょ。あ、もしかして心配してくれてた？
Of course not. Oh, were you worried about
そん
me?
なわけあるか？
Not a bit.
ひどいな。
You wound me.
白石さん、あんた俺の PC に何か入れた？
Shidashi, did you put something on my computer?
何もしてないよ。君なら直接いじられたのか外部から侵入されたのかぐらいわかるでしょう。
I didn't do anything. You'd know whether your PC was tampered with or attacked remotely, wouldn't you?
ああ、俺が直接触ってたなら諦めもついたけど、外部からのハッキングで完全敗北は認めたくないってところか。
Ah, you'd probably accept it if I messed with your computer, but you can't admit being totally defeated by another
相
hacker.
変わらず口が減らねえな。
You've got a foul mouth as always.
白石、笹塚を挑発するな。
Shidashi, stop provoking him.
ま、そんな怖い顔しないでよ。すぐ待ち人も来るからさ。
Don't look so dour. The man you've come to meet will be here soon.
お待たせしました。
Sorry to keep you waiting.
自己紹介はいりませんね。早速本題に入ることにしましょう。
I suppose there's no need for introductions. Let's get right to
互いに
business.
時間的猶予はありません。急いだ方がいいでしょうから。
Neither of us have the luxury of time. We should hurry.
あなた方は我々のことをどこまで知っていますか？
Exactly how much about us do you all know?
そんなんホイホイ教えるわけねえだろ。
Like we'd tip our hand so
昨
easily.
日事務所のサーバーを解析したところ、あなた方が知り得ないはずの情報が存在していました。
Yesterday, when we analyzed your office server, we found information on it that you shouldn't have
当
known.
然のことながら消去はしておきましたが、元データは手元にありますね。
We deleted it, of course, but you have the original media, don't you?
そうだな。
Yeah.
それを解析した上で公にされると、こちらとしては非常に困ります。
If you were to analyze and publicize that data, it would be extremely problematic for us.
テロ組織の幹部だかトップだかがどの口で困るとか言ってんだ。どうせ力ずくでなんとかすんだろ。
Like, I care about your problems, whether you're a terrorist manager or cult leader, you'll just have to work hard and deal with it.
まあまあ、笹塚くん。ご自慢のセキュリティ破られてハッキングされたのが悔しいのはわかるけど、この人の話を聞いてあげてよ。
Now, Sasuke, I know you're upset that your prize security got hacked, but let's at least hear the man out.
お前たちにとって不利なデータをこちらが持っている。それは事実だ。
It's true that we possess data which poses a liability to you.
当然、それを破棄するつもりはない。お前たちが困ろうと、そこは俺たちが感知するところでもないな。
We have no intention of destroying it. Whether that's troublesome for you is of no concern to us.
ごもっともです。そこで
Indeed.
取引をしませんか？
Shall we make a deal then?
取引？あなた方のおっしゃる通り、我々はテロリストと呼ばれる集団です。
As you mentioned, we are what you would call a terrorist
来月
organization.
に迫っている X デイも計画のうちでした。
X Day, which is next month, is part of our plans.
とうとう自白か。
Ha! Coming clean.
ですが今起こっている連日の事件は、我々本来のアドニスの本意ではありません。
However, the incidents that have been occurring recently do not align with Adonis's original
やは
goals.
り内部分裂しているのか。
So there isn't fritting going on after all.
そこまで見抜かれていましたか。やはり侮れませんね。
So you've even learned that much, or not to be underestimated. This is
ああ、
obvious.
それは俺が言ったかも。
Oh, I think I remember mentioning that.
14番。
Number 14.
だって、俺も詳しいことは全然知らされてなかったしさ。表向き警察職員として分析したことは素直に報告するでしょう。
But even I don't know any of the details. My job was to act as a police employee and report my analysis, right?
内部分裂を起こして、三国が本来のアドニスを主張するということは、佐伯ゆずるはどこに位置するんだ？
The one that caused a rift in the organization and challenges Mukuni's original Adonis. Where is Yuzuru Seiki?
俺は何も言ってないよ。もしかしてゼロのこと？
I didn't tell them anything. Is this about Zero?
それは分かっています。あなたは彼の外界での姿も名前も知らないはずですから。
I know you didn't. You wouldn't know his cover appearance or his name.
ゼロってのが佐伯ゆずるなのか。
Is Uzuru Seiki this Zero
佐
person?
伯ゆずるは
I know it's Saiki, but I've been saying Seiki for too long. I've turned this into a Korean name, and that's what happened. Uzuru Seiki is the current elder within our organization.
本当にトップだったのか。
So he was the actual leader.
私と彼は昔一つの夢を描いたんです。この国を変える確かな理想を。
He and I, long ago, we conceived conceived on a dream together. Our ideal was to change the
ですが
country.
我々が目指す道は異なりました。今の彼はあの日の彼ではありません。
He changed. I get it. It happens in relationships. But our paths have differed. He is no longer the man I once
私
knew.
と彼が構想した X デイ計画は本来こんな形ではなかった。
The original form of the X-Day plan we drafted was not what it is
お
now.
前は佐伯を止めたいと思っているのか？
Let me ask you this. Do you want to stop Seiki? Yes.
なら自首すりゃいい。話は簡単だろ。
Then just turn yourself in. Simple.
警察におとなしく投降するつもりはありません。私はアドニスを生かしたいのです。
I have no intention of meekly surrendering. I wish to revive the original
我
Adonis.
々アドニスの理念はついえていません。国の意識を改革する。
Our past beliefs are still sound. We will reform Japan's consciousness.
ですからアドニスを解体させられるのは困ります。これまで時間を積み上げて大事に育ててきたものです。
Thus, I cannot allow Adonis to simply be dismantled. I spent too much time and effort constructing it.
それを素直に聞けると思うか？
And you think we'll just let you?
ですから最初に言ったでしょ。これは取引です。
That's why I said this was supposed to be a deal, didn't I?
警察に暴かれる前に我々は正しくアドニスの理念を引き継いでいる構成員を逃がします。
Before you expose us, we will allow those who have inherited the true will of Adonis to
その
flee.
猶予をください。いつの日かまた再生するための時間を。
Please allow us a small delay so that we can attempt to revive the country another time.
その代わりあなた方と共に佐伯譲に対抗し彼女の首輪を外すことを約束しましょう。
In exchange, I promise that we will oppose Uzoru Seiki alongside you and remove Lee Hoshino's collar. Oh, damn, that doesn't sound like a good deal at all. I mean, great, but also terrible, right? Chapter 6. I thought maybe this wouldn't have a chapter 6. December 22nd, 7:10 a.m. Am I home? Slowly, I opened my eyes. It was a standard run-of-the-mill morning. I have to get ready. I had been feeling oddly sluggish all morning. I knew the reason why. The shock of yesterday still hadn't worn off. Seiki revealed himself as the collar's owner. Seiki poisoned me. That was the worst shock of all. I stood up to jar the tortured feelings from my heart. I stretched and took out my phone. I reread the text Sasaka sent last night. It seemed that he had found some information on Seiki. It's true. It's really true.
おい、起きてる？
Hey, you awake? Yeah, let's have breakfast. Kazuki had poked his head in to check up on me. I can't make Kazuki worry. Scolding myself, I made breakfast. Toast, ham, eggs, soup, and salad were easy enough to prepare. That's a meal, yeah. Let's eat.
いただきます。
Thank you for the food. We sat down and said our ritual thanks, watched the steam gently rise off the food, put me a bit at
緊急
ease.
速報です。本日午前7時13分、新たな X デー事件の予告動画が公開されました。
This is an emergency announcement. At 7:13 a.m. today, a new X-Day warning was issued. Why is your TV on? I've been trying to butter my toast when I heard an unbelievable declaration from the TV. Did they just... I had been completely ignoring the TV, but now I was hanging on every word. Adonis' statement was plain.
本日12月22日夜、とある場所で警察官1名を断罪します。
Tonight, on December 22nd, a police officer at a certain location will be condemned.
多くの被害者を出しながらも、世間的には罪に問われず、のうのうと正義面をしている許しがたい人間に。
This person has allowed many people to become victims, playing the champion of justice while avoiding the scrutiny of society.
X デーのカウントダウンとして、我々アドニスが裁きを下します。
As part of the countdown to X Day, we Adonis shall pass judgment.
警察は模倣犯ではないと判断し、 厳戒態勢でことに当たると発表しており、
The police have deemed this to be a credible threat and are on high alert. Suddenly, static filled the TV screen. The news anchor's voice was interrupted. The static grew until it suddenly disappeared a moment later.
連日起こる事件で恐怖を与えている方々にお詫びします。
We deeply apologize to all the citizens who have been terrorized by recent developments. And then a voice started coming from the TC speaker that I had heard countless times before from my caller.
我々は良き人間は裁きません。裁くのは悪意を抱く人間のみです。
However, we will not judge good people. We will only judge those of evil intent.
X デーを来月の1月1日、その日には全国の犯罪者が一斉に裁かれます。
X Day will come on January 1st next month. On that day, our hammer will fall on sinners across the nation.
隣人を傷つけ、悲しみを生み続ける者、罪を犯しておきながら、そ知らぬ顔をする者たちに、アドニスが大いなる裁きを。
Those of you who seek to breed sorrow, those of you who sin so casually, the grand judgment of Adonis awaits you.
今のは
What was that?
なんだ
What?
おい、急いで CM 入れろ。
Cut to commercial break. The display went back to normal. The TV studio was in chaos, and they didn't seem to realize the camera feed had returned. This is just wrong. One could shield wrongdoers. They must face justice for their misdeeds. But Adonis was going to judge a massive group of people by their own arbitrary moral code. This is that's not judgment, it's slaughter. They had to be stopped no matter what. Hey, Lee. Huh? The moment I'd built up my resolve, Kazuki spoke up.
仕事行く気
You going to work?
昨日倒れた
Of course.
今日くらい休めよ
Didn't you just pass out yesterday? At least take a day off. He knows something's wrong. Kazuki had seen Okazaki escort me home yesterday, and Enomoto and Yoshinari had also came by to protect me. No rookie cop was worth that much protection. Kazuki obviously had reason to be concerned. Sorry, but I have to go. I can't afford to rest right now.
休んでられないって
What do you mean you can't rest? I'll be fine. There's just something I must do no matter what. Oh, looks like somebody's here. If it's Seiki, that'd be fun. The door's intercom rang, feeling Kazuki's curious eyes assessing me. I stood up and went to the entrance. It's probably Okazaki. Okazaki had been on watch in front of our home all night long. I felt terrible for him. Maybe he's here to go over today's schedule. I looked over at the intercom monitor. But Okazaki wasn't the one that appeared on the monitor. Yanagi?
おはよう、星野。話がある。
Morning. Hoshino, we need to talk. Okay, sure. How did you know my home? Just kidding. I opened the door in a panic.
悪いな。朝から押しかけて。
Sorry to bother you this early in the morning. It's okay. Good
出
morning.
勤するつもりだったのか
Were you planning to go to work? Listen, yes, I have to pay bills.
そうか。
I thought so. I'd answered instantly, but Yanagi didn't seem like he was going to scold me. Instead, he looked like he was at a loss. I knew how concerned he was for my safety. The collar isn't just going to come off. I can't escape from him. In the statement Adonis just broadcast, they said it was what would happen today. There won't be any delays. If I can talk to him, I might be able to prevent the crimes. Even if that isn't possible, we might get new leads. If Seiki needs me, then he's going to act whether I do anything or not. So there's no point in hiding and hoping. Even if I'm just bait, I want to do what I can.
まったく。
Good grief, woman. After listening to my impassionate defense, Yanagi just released a great sigh.
本音を言えば、無理なんかさせたくない。お前を利用するような真似は。
If this were up to me, I wouldn't push you. I really don't want to resort to using you.
俺がわがままを言ってられる状況じゃないことも分かってる。
But I know this isn't the time for me to be selfish. Yanagi? Yanagi's distraught voice made me avert my eyes. Even if I do manage to talk to Seiki, I doubt that the overall situation will improve. Even if he was arrested immediately, it still wouldn't solve the fundamental problem. Oh, it's you. Kazuki. Oh yeah, I don't think I've introduced them. Kazuki had met Yanagi that time. I tracked Kazuki to the concert club. It wasn't the time for introductions then. Yanagi, this is my brother Kazuki. Kazuki, this is my friend Yanagi. He's an ex-cop. Yeah, we met last time. Kazuki's responded to the hasty introduction by looking at Yanagi cautiously. Are you involved in some shady business other than X Day? Huh? There's cops in front of the apartment too. They said they were bodyguards, didn't they? Kazuki, that's really rude. First off, I didn't do this intentionally. You've gone and gotten yourself in some kind of danger, haven't you? Well... Yesterday you said you collapsed because you were anemic. Anemic people don't need bodyguards. That's not entirely true. I'm getting scolded by my brother. And now this ex-cop shows up. Why is he suspiciously showing up suddenly? What exactly have you been up to? Sorry, I can't go into details. It's related to the investigation. I couldn't let Kazuki get caught up in this. I worked as a police officer to protect this town from Adonis, but above anything else, I wanted to keep Kazuki safe. But this situation is definitely dangerous in many different ways, so please listen to what the bodyguard says. Oh dear, I started to cough. Dangerous? Shinjuku's always been dangerous. Are you implying that it's somehow even worse now? Kazuki, was it? I'm sorry for placing your sister in harm's way. Yanagi? Why are you apologizing? Kazuki blinked uncomfortably, thrown off balance by the abrupt apology. Yanagi, on the other hand, was looking dead at him. It's natural for you to be concerned that your family is involved with dangerous work. You probably want to stop her or make her explain what's going on. I know the feeling. But right now, your sister is key to our fight to stop more murders from happening and to restore Shinjuku to normal. It actually looks like he's looking at him. This doesn't usually happen. She is irreplaceable. I'm sorry, but I need you to understand this. That isn't your fault, Yanagi. I bear some responsibility for not stopping you from throwing yourself into the mouth of danger. That's not... You're saying this like there's a third person in the room right now. If her family gets taken hostage, then all the effort she's putting in is for nothing. We can't let anything happen to her brother. That would hurt your sister the most. For her sake, I need you to stay calm. Lee's just a beat cop. Why does she have to play such an important role? And you're talking about hostages. Why does she need to stick her neck out when things are so dangerous?
星野のこともお前のことも必ず守る。
I can't explain it to you right now, but we will absolutely protect you and your sister.
今、彼女が必死で頑張っているのは、お前の安全のためでもあるんだ。頼む。協力してくれ。
She's trying her hardest right now to keep you safe. Please help her out and cooperate with us. Kazuki was quiet. I'm sure he was struggling to accept the offer when we wouldn't explain anything to him. I'm sorry for making you worry, but you'll have plenty of protection.
俺のことなんかどうでもいいんだよ。
I don't care what happens to me. I wanted to assuage Kazuki's doubts at least. I might think that's supposed to be a sure. But when I tried to reassure him to that effect, he burst into anger.
俺だけ安全なとこにいてどうすんだよ。お前が危険な目に遭ってたら意味ないだろ。
Oh man, what am I the only one who gets to be safe? If something happens to you, what's the point?
そりゃお前が何してようと勝手だけど。でも
You're just doing whatever you want, but Kazuki. Even though I was surprised to see Kazuki so worked up, it made me a little happy. Thank you for worrying about me, Kazuki. It'll be okay. We'll definitely get the city back to the way it was. I patted my brother on the head. I was relieved that he hadn't brushed me off. I want to reclaim a future for you.
手にしろよ。ちゃんと戻ってこなかった。
Do whatever you want. If you don't come home safe, I'll never forgive you. Of course, I'll make it back home safe. This is my home. Yeah. I looked at the clock. It was almost time to leave for work. This was no time to be relaxing. I had to do whatever I could. Let's go, Yanagi. Yeah. I'm leaving now, Kazuki. See you later. Even though he turned away sulkily, Kazuki at least gave me a proper send-off. He's angry because he loves me. That's not a good sign. Good morning.
Ohayo.
Oh, morning. When I was outside, Okazaki and Enomoto were there to greet me. They had been here all night long in the cold. I was extremely grateful to them. Why didn't you let them inside, man? You're going to work. Don't worry. We'll keep your brother safe. Okay, thank you. Don't make that face. It'll be fine. Leave it to Minio, detective extraordinaire.
それじゃ、俺は新宿署まで同行しようかな。柳さんがいるから大丈夫だとは思うけど、周囲を警戒しておきたいからね。
I'll accompany you to the police station. You should be alright with Yanagi nearby, but keep your head on a swivel.
わかった。頼む。
Got it. Thanks.
少し離れたところから張るから、先に行ってて。
Yep, I'll be telling you from a distance. Go on ahead. Thanks. He's giving us our own time. I followed after Yanagi, glancing at me to make sure I was next to him. Yanagi had a question. Did you see Sasuka's text? Yes, I did. Sasuka's text had contained detailed information on Seiki. Like what? The overall impression that there was much about him that we didn't know. The family register for only the man Uzoru Seiki existed, but none of his relatives could be contacted. Furthermore, interviewing the people who were supposedly his schoolmates produced a description that didn't match Seiki. In other words, it was highly likely that he had assumed the identity of someone who was deceased or missing. When we searched the address he listed with the police, someone else was living there. Seiki had taken me to his supposed home in the past, but he obviously didn't live there. All attempts to track Seiki's encounters interference, that was abnormal on its own. Even Yoshinari, who on 24-hour surveillance on Seiki had been driven off by hoodlums, it hardly seemed coincidental. Finally, a second source corroborated the fact that Seiki was the head of Adonis.
俺たちの方から捜査本部にある程度の情報を流しているが、あちらの見解でも佐伯は完全に黒だ。
We've given Investigations HQ a limited amount of intel. Their analysis paints Seiki as completely guilty.
昨日、森岡さんとも話したんだが。
I spoke with Morioka yesterday.
情報が揃っていて、完全に黒だと断定できるなら、すぐにでも逮捕したい。
Given all the data, we'll likely arrest him immediately once we verify his guilt.
上に報告すれば、そういう動きになるのは必然だろう。
It'll be set in motion once it's reported to the higher ups.
取れるんですか？
Can you get an arrest warrant though?
少なくとも星野を襲って首輪をつけたことに関しては容疑が固いからな。加えて戸籍偽装の可能性も出ている。
At the very least, we can charge him for assaulting Hoshino and collaring her. We can maybe tack on family register fraud.
上は秘密裏に確保したがるだろう。大々的に逮捕劇を見せてしまえば警察へのダメージは計り知れない。
But they'll want to keep it under wraps. It will make a grand show. If we make a grand show of arresting him, it could lead to massive damage to the police.
テロ組織の中心人物を飼ってたことになりますからね。
The public would take it to mean that the police have been aiding and abetting a terrorist
それ
leader.
こそ軽犯罪でもでっち上げて即時逮捕に踏み切るかもしれないな。
All the more reason for them to immediately arrest him on some minor
でもそれだ
charges.
とアドニスの全容を得られない。
But that won't expose the rest of Adonis.
今はまだ泳がせておいて、データの解析を待つのが最善かと思います。
I think the best strategy right now would be to give him some rope while we wait for analyst.
だからまだお前らから得た情報は俺と峯岸しか知らない。
I agree. That's why only Minagishi and I know the information you've shared with us.
慎重に動く必要があるな。
We have to tread very carefully. That's true. I agree with Yanagi's opinion. I still think it's too soon. Akito had finally given us some solid intel. If we planned our next move based on that, we could definitely stop Adonis. Would he be at work? That'd be funny. Should he trot? I want to have a serious talk with him.
星野、
Hoshino. Yanagi, you told me that I didn't have to just reject everything that Seiki has given to me. I have to know for myself how much of what he told me was lies. What was he thinking when we talked? I must know, and if he's at the center of Adonis, what I learn might help to stop
そう
him.
だな。
You're right. Yanagi muttered a begrudging agreement.
森岡さんには事情を一通り話してある。佐伯も署内なら目立った行動はできないはずだ。
I gave Morioka a general explanation. Seiki can't really run wild in the
もしも
station.
の時には岡崎がいる。あいつに任せることに不安はない。
Okazaki's there in case something happens. We don't have to worry if we leave it to him.
だが、結局お前が危険な目に遭うことは変わらない。佐伯がお前に固執している以上、誰も代わりを務められない。
Despite that, it doesn't change the fact that you'll be in danger. Since Seiki is set on you, you're the only one who can do this
弟
job.
に偉そうなことを言ったのに、俺はお前のために何もできていないな。
I made some outlandish boast to you, to your brother, but there's nothing I can actually do to help you. That isn't true. Didn't I tell you before that it makes me happy just to be useful to you? Please don't worry about me. I have enough guts for the both of us. I smiled, but that only seemed to make Yanagi more doubtful. Slowly, he extended his hands towards me. Aw. Look at those lavender eyes.
半分、嘘だな。
You're half lying. His fingers touched my head. Very delicately, they touched my forehead. My heart felt like it would leap from my chest, but his sad eyes pierced my breast. I couldn't say anything. What?
俺の役に立てることを嬉しいと思ってくれているのは本当だろうか。
I think you're telling the truth when you say that you're happy to
大
help.
丈夫というのは嘘だ。怖くないわけがない。
But you don't really think it'll be okay. You're obviously terrified. Aww. He had seen right through me. Okay, so I lied a little bit. To be honest, I wanted to cry and scream. I wanted to selfishly deny this was real. But doing that wouldn't change a
正直な
thing.
ことを言えば、泣いてすがってくれた方が安心はできるんだが。
I think that maybe a good cry and a hug would make you feel better right now. I displayed a bitter smile that mirrored Yanagi's. Yanagi surely understood that I couldn't do any of that in real life.
泣けとも言ってやれない。お前のために何ができるのか考えても何も思いつかないんだ。
I'm not going to tell you to cry though. I've tried to figure out what I can do for you, but I'm coming up blank.
悔しい。
That frustrates me. Now Yanagi looked like he was the one who was going to cry. In that case, then can I make a selfish
俺が
request?
叶えられるものなら。
If it's something I can grant, then sure. When Yanagi nodded, I looked straight at him. Oh dear. We're officially covering Enomoto's saves now. Hold me, hold my hand. God, this is hard. They're basically the same thing. Hold me. Hand. Please hold me.
ここでか。
Right here. I mean, the hand. The hand! I picked the other one! Yes.
署の前だぞ。
We're right in front of the police station. I obviously knew that. Work was beginning, so there was quite a lot of foot traffic. Hey, you touched me first, you know?
そうなんだけど。
Oh man, I'll go back and
no.
change options. That's true, but seeing Yanagi struggle with himself right in front of me made me giggle. I was happy he was seriously considering it. What's so funny? Kidding, I was kidding. I can already relax knowing that you're doing what you're doing for me. Yanagi, you trust me, you rely on me, and you want to defend me. I don't know, it said trust up. There isn't another more empowering you can do than that. Alright, hang on. We're gonna reload just in case. I have messed up. I'm messed up. He didn't hold me. I want you to hold my hand tightly. Oh, it's a different expression. Are you sure? Yes.
わがままならもっといろいろあるだろう。
You could ask for a lot more than that. But this is enough. Yanagi looked perplexed when I said that to him, making for an uneasy atmosphere. He took my hand. His large and warm hand wrapped around mine. I could feel his kindness through it. Yanagi, you trust me. You rely on me and you want to defend me. There isn't anything more empowering you can do than that.
俺の方が勇気をもらってる。お前のひたむきさに。
Well, I'm the one who received courage from your stubborn earnestness always. I thought they were going to show them actually holding hands in another sequence. Yanagi tightly gripped my hand. I want to know how. Which hand? How is this happening? Is it your hand that's out of frame? Because that looks really intimate already. For a while, we stood there sharing each other's warmth.
いつまでこうしてればいいんだ。
So, exactly how long will we keep doing this? Until I'm satisfied.
ここは人通りも多いし。
But there's a lot of people here. I don't care if people gossip about us, and if they get the wrong idea, that's great. It'll just be... Oh my god, what? It'll just be fate accompli? You're pretty fired up today. But of course, a woman in love is strong. Oh god, love. It's love. I'd like if you'd think of me as being even a little bit special to you. I didn't expect this to actually convince him. It was just an excuse. I wanted to touch Yanagi in the end. It was all I could manage. But this alone was enough to lessen my doubts and fear. Oh, but you had me long ago, though. Don't. Yanagi whispered something too quiet for me to hear. Faiz accompli, eh? I'm gonna have to Google that one. Well, I don't mind that at all. Chuckling, Yanagi caressed my face. Now I'm the one who's nervous. I was the one who had made the request, but now my heart felt like it was going to burst. I think that's enough. I removed my hand. I stepped away from Yanagi and looked at him. When this is all over, please let me cry. Please listen to the selfish things I have to say after it's over.
わかった。それまでは俺も泣き言を言わない。
What a promise. Alright, I won't say anything to make you cry until then. Yanagi was finally smiling like he always did. Ooh, I think that has already happened or been decided before those affected hear about it, leaving them with no option but to accept it. That means... But how wrong am I pronouncing it? Fate accompli. That's neat. I've never heard that phrase if I'm pronouncing it correctly. We're counting on you, Okazaki.
任せて、柳さん。
Leave it to me, Yanagi. Yanagi spoke to Okazaki, who had appeared from out of nowhere. Then he gave Okazaki detailed orders out of earshot. He probably didn't want the caller, didn't want Seiki to overhear. Never heard it either. See? They use some fancy words in this. Yanagi looks at me after they finish their exchange. Go on, Hoshino. Okay, off I go. Pretty trot. I'm going to work now. Seiki? Ignoring the fact that Okazaki's shadowing me, I set off alone, and I suddenly grew anxious. Walking through the station, being cautious. You're gonna run into Mochida? For some reason, I had ran into Sasaka. What are you doing at the police station, Sasaka? Figure it out. Oh, I can't. Sasaka gave me a weary look like he thought I was useless as soon as he saw me. Sasaka will be resuming his employment here on a temporary basis. Commissioner Minagishi? The confusing response had came from Minagishi, who was suddenly standing next to me. Hello, my love. I see you had opened your eyes. Oh, were those his footsteps? Sasaka's skill set is invaluable to our cybercrime division right now. His aid comes with various conditions, but he's agreed to help us out. Oh. He certainly was the right person for the job. Sasaka was a former member of the cybercrime division, and he knew a lot about X-Day. But if he's helping them out, he must have driven a pretty hard bargain. I sympathize with Minagishi's situation. Commissioner, what about the issue I mentioned? Right. It seems it'll go well. I see. Thanks. Still, I noticed that Sasaka didn't look well. He must be tired, or rather sleepy. He might have been working through the night. The USB drive I got from Akito must be taking a while to analyze. To be analyzed? Oops. Are you okay, Sasaka? What? You look like you've barely had sleep. Maybe you should take a... Moron. Sasaka poked me in the head, but he was surprisingly gentle about it. Don't worry about me, I'll manage. This is why we were in love once. I staggered slightly. Sasaka had disappeared. Totally stunned. Good morning. Are you alright? You left early after you collapsed yesterday. You still look pretty pale too. I'm sorry for causing you to worry, but I'm okay. Sir? Mm-hmm. Did Seiki come by today? Saiki? I haven't seen him. I see. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude to Mochida and took out my cell phone to write a text message to Seiki. I have something to discuss. Can we meet on the roof at lunch? I checked the message, took a deep breath, and hit send. The reply came right away. K. He's so carefree. That's how I reply when I'm mad. He should have heard what I was trying to do over the collar too. Maybe Seiki didn't have anything to do with X-Day anymore. Still though. Yes. As I set down my phone and was about to start working, Mochida looked up with a rather strange expression. His focus was on the doorway. Okazaki. He was in the doorway, standing watch as my bodyguard.
SP がつくなんて、お前何か厄介なことにでも巻き込まれてるのか?
You got an SP detail. Did you go and get yourself mixed up into something bad? It made sense that he'd be suspicious. I never heard of any rookie officer ever being assigned SP protection. However, I couldn't tell the truth, no matter how much of it we had told Morioka and Minagishi. He's a friend. Don't mind him. Yeah, I had no choice but to dodge the issue. We're such good friends, sometimes he just watches me. You know better. You're thinking about it. I saw that. No. Here, hang on. I'm gonna go take her into the living room for a second. She might need to go somewhere. Hang on, puppies. Okay. Recenter my camera. She has been taken to the living room, so if she decides to come back in, I'll bring the chair back. But for now, she is in the room where all the stuff is that she likes. All right. Ah, still though. Shidashi. Wait, when did Shidashi?
なんだ
What?
まさか君が取引に応じるとはね。
To think you'd actually deal with us.
メリットがあると判断したからな。
I decided work out in our best interest too.
でも裏で何か動いてるみたいだけど。
Alright, seems like you've got some secret plans going on.
そうだとしても、お前に明かすつもりはない。お前は三国側の人間だからな。
If I did, I certainly wouldn't tell you. You're one of Mikuni's men.
ま、そうなるよね。
Yeah, that's how it is.
ここにいるのも、俺が変な動きをしないか監視するためだろう。
And you're here to keep an eye on me in case I do anything out of ordinary.
ごめんね、柳くん。俺はできるだけ彼の願いを叶えてあげたいんだ。
Sorry, Yanagi. I want to help grant his wish however I
ア
can.
ドニスの再生のために
Adonis's goal of revival, you mean?
そう。あんな組織でも俺の故郷だから。
Yeah, you see, that group is my home.
アドニスを見逃せという条件。本来なら飲めるものじゃない。
The condition was to overlook Adonis. Normally, I wouldn't have even considered it.
今はアドニスの三国派の協力がなければ最強を追い込めない。それは動かし
Seiki's at work right now. He's about to go on the roof and meet up with Lee. What are you talking about? But if we don't work with Mikuni's faction, we'll never catch Seiki. That's the truth I had to
そう
face.
判断したからこそ、あの時はたとえ表向きでも取引に応じる必要があった。
Once I decided that, even if it initially was for show, I knew that I needed to make a deal. December 21st, 9:40 p.m.
警察に暴かれる前に、我々は正しくその
Let
猶
us
予を
flee.
ください。
Please, us a small delay. I don't need flashbacks. Oops, did I mess up? Right now, we don't have any real options but taking the deal. Oops, whatever. I fast forward. I didn't realize it was doing that. I thought I had it in my settings to not skip things I haven't read before. I just assumed that was flashbacks. Game settings. I see. Okay. So I didn't have it set to that. Whatever. It's okay. Are you sure you want to return? No. Did I mess it up? Hang on, let me make sure. Read on off. Oh, okay. Weird. How's it going? We missed some dialogue. It's gonna be okay. We know what's happening. We've gotten Akito's cooperation. It should take a few more hours.
それなら
In that case, we can make it.
お前はずっと知っていたのか
Should she have you always known?
星野の首輪を外す方法も X デーに何が起きるのかも
Have you known it all? How to remove Hoshino's collar? What's going to happen on X Day?
全部
I couldn't possibly know everything. I'm not really involved with the X Day project.
俺の仕事はあくまで工作員として警察に潜入していざという時にアドニスを動きやすくすること。
Okay, this is my fault because I just turned up the speed, so I'm hitting A because I'm used to, but it's just auto showing all the text. You look like you don't believe me. Just think about it. I've been with the police since well before the X Day crimes began. My entire job was to covertly infiltrate the police so that I can infiltrate Adonis's movements. Felicitate Adonis's movements when they need assistance. This is better though. I don't have to hit A to get all the text to pop up. I didn't realize I had these options. If I make any moves, it'll attract suspicion unless I perfectly play the role of a profile. Kaguyuki Shirishi. I can't be a spy.
だから本当にいざという時にしか指令は来ないんだ。例えば2年前の総理大臣暗殺未遂事件とか。
So I don't get any orders until plans are about to be executed, like the attempt on the prime minister 2 years ago, for
あれもお
example.
前の仕業か
Were you behind that?
情報操作くらいしかしてないけどね。ま、重罪には違いないか。
All I did was manipulate information. I won't deny that's a serious crime, of course.
ってことで入り込んでた時期が長いからさ。俺はアドニスのことより警察のことの方がよっぽど詳しいんだ。
Anyway, I've been undercover for a long time. I know much more about the police than I know about Adonis.
でもさすがに X デーに何が起こるのかは知ってたよ。
However, I do actually know what will happen on X Day.
当初の計画通りの内容ならね、上が勝手に変更してたらわからない。
If it follows the initial plan, that is. I don't know if the higher ups have changed it.
だから、彼女の首輪のことは全く知らされてなかった。別に信じなくていいけど、これは本当。
But I don't know a single thing about her collar. You don't have to believe me, but it's true.
計画が狂い始めたのは
When did plans start to go awry?
俺の知る限りじゃ、6月頃からかな。
Once June hit, as far as I know.
6月そんな早い時期から佐伯は暴走してたのか
June? Seiki's been going renegade for that long?
そうだよ。6月は中学校爆破事件で一クラスの生徒全員が死亡したでしょ。最初の計画じゃ狙ったのは2人だった。
Yeah, the bombing killed an entire class of the middle school in June. The original plan only called for 2 casualties.
三國さんは何度もゼロを説得しようとしてた。
Mikuni tried to persuade Zero to go with the initial plan countless times.
三國さんの言葉は全く届かなかったみたいだね。
But for some reason he couldn't get through to Zero at all.
結果、本来組織のツートップだった彼らの意思は完全に分裂してしまった。
As a result, a rift formed between 2 leaders of Adonis and their wills diverged.
新宿確率罪が曖昧
Dang it, I'm too used to hitting the button twice.
人間が殺されないように三國さんが手を回して
The bombing led to the Shinjuku quarantine, and the swords and firearms control law repelled because Zero had increased the target range. Mikuni took steps to try and prevent the killing of people whose guilt was unclear and people whose death were outside the scope.
やはり三國の仕業だったのかそれでお前はどうするんだ
So he was behind it after all. Now we come to you. What are you going to do?
三國はアドニスの人間を逃がすと言っていた。だが、あれだけ情報が揃ってしまえば、三國の政治家生命は終わりだ。
Mikuni told us to let Adonis escape, but with this much dirt on him, his career in politics is over.
一時的な協力関係を結んだとしても、俺たちが証拠を握りつぶすつもりがないことくらいは分かってるだろう。
We may have a temporary arrangement, but we have no intention of destroying the evidence. You know that, don't you?
さすがにそんな楽観はしてないよ。あの人は別に立場とか名誉とかに執着してないと思うしね。
I'm not that optimistic. I don't think he's attached to notions like reputation and honor.
いつか再生を目指すために、終わりのない逃亡生活が始まることになる。
To attempt the revival again later, he'll have to spend the rest of his days as a fugitive.
そうだね。それには俺も含まれるか
な。That's true. I wonder if that goes for me too.
組織の人間として世間から追われ逃げ隠れる未来を望むのか
Do you want your future to be one where you're a terrorist constantly on the run?
それはちょっと違うな。アドニスの中で俺の意思は関係ないから。
That's not quite right. With Adonis, my desires have no weight.
与えられた役割を果たすだけだよ。命令されればその通りにする。
All I do is fulfill the duty I'm given. When I receive an order, I carry it out.
それはアドニスの工作員であるお前の話だ。
That's you as an Adonis operative.
今ここにいる白石景之は本当にそんなことを望んでいるのか
I'm asking you, Kaguyuki Shirashi, is that what you really want right now?
お前は工作員として外界に出て人との交流を持った。
You went into the outside world as an agent and interacted with other
興味のあ
people.
るものにしか感情を向けない。他人をからかうのが好きで余計な一言が多くて相手を怒らせるし、よく誤解される。
You only show emotions to people you're curious about. You tease others, push them just over the edge, and are constantly misunderstood.
猫が好きで食生活が偏ってて、あとは変なところで世間知らずだな。
You like cats, your eating habits are
多くの難
odd.
事件を解決してきた。
You're ignorant in a number of strange ways, yet somehow you've solved many
そんなお
cases.
前も命令によって動かされていただけの作り
Are
物な
you
のか
just some man-made tool that can only carry out commands? It's like, I'm just saying, Seiki! Hey, good work today. When I went to the rooftop during my lunch break, Seiki was already there. He was just the same old Seiki, acting as if nothing had changed.
二人きりかと思ったのに、相変わらず好物気か。
I thought we'd be alone, but it looks like you've got some kombu stuck to your shoe. Seiki was looking at Okazaki, who was standing in the entrance to the rooftop. When he did, the edge of his mouth lifted to form a different type of smile. I didn't understand the look.
それで、話って。
So, what did you want to talk about? Did you order that public threat that was issued this morning?
そうだね。俺がやれって言った。ああ、止めたい?
Yeah, I told him to do it. You want to stop us? Of course I do.
俺が中止しろって言えば止まるけど、今のところ止める理由がないな。
They'd stop if I told them to, but we have no reason to stop now. Why are you so carefree about all this? You could be arrested at any moment.
逮捕か。俺が X デー事件に関与してるって。
Arrested, huh?
集められるのか?
Can you find any hard evidence that connects me to X Day? If Yanagi's team can convince HQ a warrant will be issued immediately, they can arrest you.
でもやらない。そういうことだろ。
But they won't. Isn't that right?
逮捕しようと思えばできるのに、あえてやらない。その道を選ぶのは、アドニスの全貌をつかめないからだ。
They could if they wanted to, but they won't. And that course of action is precisely why you'll never catch all of Adonis.
アドニスの人間は全国にいる。新宿にいる者だけ摘発して逮捕したところで、トカゲの尻尾切りにしかならないからな。
Adonis has people all over the country. Exposing and arresting those of us in Shinjuku alone is just cutting off the lizard's tail. Seiki, just what do you hope to accomplish? What do you want me to do?
俺は最初から言ってるはずだ。汚れた日本を再生させるってね。
I've been open about it since the beginning. We're going to revive tainted
そ
Japan.
のためには、多くの理解者が必要なんだ。
To do that, we need lots of sympathizers. Do you really think that your methods of doing things is going to win people over?
お前は少しも理解できない。被害者が理不尽に受けた痛み、曖昧な法と形のない正義のせいで増える悲しみ。
You understand what we're thinking, don't you? The sorrow created by the injustices inflicted and unequal justice exacted by weak laws.
X デー事件を調べていて、少しでも感じるものはなかったのか?
You must have sensed at least some of that while you were investigating the X-Day cases. I understand what you're trying to say, but you're doing things the wrong way. Seiki just grinned at my reply.
俺が柳愛知を殺したら?
So what if I kill Aiji Yanagi? The casual way he said it made me shiver.
お前の弟を殺したら? 俺に復讐したいとは思わないか?
What if I kill your little brother? Wouldn't you want to take revenge on me? I felt something cold in my gut. It was cold but also hot. Irritation bubbled up and eroded my composure. I couldn't forgive something like that.
どんな犯罪者でも誰かを救うことになるなら撃つ。それがお前の正義だったはずだろ?
No matter who the criminal is, you'd shoot them if it would save someone else. Wasn't that your idea of justice?
俺を止めたいなら撃てばいい。俺を殺せば目の前にある。
Was that a choice I made earlier and I forgot?
では多分やってこない。
Just shoot me if you want to stop me. If you kill me, all of your problems stop. X-Die probably won't happen.
今ここで撃たなかったらすぐにでも被害者が増えるかもしれない。
And if you don't shoot me now, there will probably be more victims soon. Right now, I was brimming with anger. I didn't know what Seiki was thinking. Honestly, I probably shouldn't even be trying to understand what he was thinking. What should I do right now? What was the right thing to do? I don't know, man. Should we shoot him? Should we shoot Seiki? I don't want to shoot Seiki. I love Seiki. There's not a third option that says run away with him, so like that's just messed up when you think about it. I feel like this is the wrong option, right? So let's go with that one just to see what happens. My pistol left its holster without hesitation, the muzzle set on Seiki. When I thumbed the safety off, Seiki flashed a daring smile. He was clearly happy about this. Good. You still have the right conviction. What are you talking about? He didn't answer my question. I grit my teeth, glaring at Seiki. If I target a non-lethal area, I should be able to take him into custody, but would that solve this? Are we murdering people today? I had fired, but in the end, I could only bring myself to fire a warning shot. My shot missed and ricocheted pitifully off the floor. But this was probably for the best. It's not right to shoot someone out of hatred. I'm not going to shoot you. I declared this, glaring at Seiki. It was also a pledge to myself. Even if I shot you, it won't solve anything. I want to know the truth. Even if you don't put a stop to today's crime, I know that Yanagi's team or the police will. What I need to do right now is figure out what your true intentions are. Honestly, it's the only thing I can do. I see. Seiki's grin had turned into something more daring. It was almost as if he was challenging me. Lee? Just then, I simultaneously heard a gunshot and Okazaki yelled from behind. I abruptly rocket my body. I couldn't turn around. I didn't know what had happened. I was no longer conscious after all. What did happen? I'm so confused. Shirashi.
柳君、無駄だよ。俺と君たちじゃ住む世界が違うんだ。俺の意志は。
It's no use, Yanagi. The world we live in is different. My will is.
では、岡崎から。
A call? It's from Okazaki.
どうした岡崎?
What is it, Okazaki?
ごめん、柳さん。彼女が連れ去られた。
I'm sorry, Yanagi. Lee's been taken. What?
署内は想像以上に多くの工作員に入り込まれてるみたい。一部は捕らえたけど、佐伯は逃げられた。
It looks like they had more agents in the station than we anticipated. Some were caught, but Seiki got away.
捜査本部は佐伯譲を指名手配する方針だけど、彼が現職警察官なのは事実だからね。
Headquarters planned to make Uzuru Saki wanted for questioning, but the fact remains that he's an active police officer. Okay. After months of not making any progress now, they've got a huge scandal to deal with. It seems like the higher-ups are divided. Damn it, I knew he shouldn't have been allowed to run free. I'll call you again later. Right now, I need to go after them. Yeah, we're counting on you. It was my error in judgment to choose not to directly engage in them in the station. I underestimated him. What happened? Shirashi, I want you to contact Mikuni. Sounds like an emergency, huh? Seiki abducted Hoshino. What? You would know where Seiki's headed. You know where his hideout is, don't you? Well, he might have taken her to the base, but it wouldn't be completely evacuated yet. I don't think Mikuni would tell the police where the hideout is at this point. Enough. Just tell me now. Fine, fine. What is it, number 14?
ゼロが彼女を拉致したまさかの白昼堂々警察署でね。
I have bad news. Zero's taken her captive and in broad daylight at the police station.
おかげで柳くんがお怒りなんだ。ゼロが行きそうな場所を教えろってさ。
Obviously, Yanagi is quite angry about this and he wants me to tell him Zero's current location.
状況はわかりました。ですが今はまだ警察に乗り込まれては困ります。
I understand the situation, but it would be problematic if the police were to storm in right now. I'll also search for Lee Hoshino's whereabouts on my end.
だってさ、柳君。
That's his response, Yanagi.
あれなんか見たこともないくらい怖い顔してるね、柳君。
Oh, you're making an awfully scary expression that I've never seen you make
警
before.
察にアジトの場所が特定されては困るとミクにはそう言ったな。
Mikuni said that he didn't want the police to know the location of the hideout, right?
言ってたね。
Yeah, that's what he said.
つまり警察じゃなきゃいいんだ。
So it's fine if it's not the police.
ああ、そうなのかな。どうだろうね。
I wonder. Who knows?
はぐらかすな。
Stop dodging the question.
のっと。いきなり穏やかじゃないな。
Whoa there, you're getting a little worked up, aren't you?
真剣に答えろ。時間がない。
Answer me seriously, there isn't
そ
time.
んなこと言われても、俺はゼロと会ったこともないんだ。行動を分析するのも難しいよ。
You're saying that, but you must understand, I've never even met Zito. It'll be hard to analyze his movements.
ミクニがやらないならお前がやれ。俺をアジトに案内しろ。
If Kuni won't do it, tell us, then you do it. Guide me to the hideout.
それは無理。アジト周囲にはかなり高度な防衛システムが完備されてるんだ。
I can't do that. The area around the hideout is protected by a rather advanced defense
不法
system.
侵入なんかしようものならあっという間に蜂の巣にされちゃうよ。
If you try to trespass, you'll suddenly find yourself in a hornet's
お前が
nest,
いてもか。
even if you're there.
俺だけは入れるけど、事前にシステムが認証してる人間以外はダメだね。
I can get in, but it won't allow anyone in who hasn't already been authenticated.
それに俺が言っても役に立つわけでもないし、むしろ君にとって害でしかないよ。
So even if we come with you, so even if I were to come with you, I won't be able to use. I wouldn't be of much use. I might even be an
どういう意
obstacle.
味だ。
What's that supposed to
俺は
mean?
ゼロの声に逆らえなくてね。正確には特殊な音になんだけど。
I can't resist Zero's voice. Fair enough. That's so fair. Specifically, the unique sound of his voice.
何があろうと命令に従うよう教育されてるんだ。だから無駄だよ。
I have been conditioned to follow his orders no matter what, so it'd be no use.
俺の意志がどうであろうとゼロに命令されれば君の声だって届かなくなる。
Regardless of what I want, if Zero gives me an order, even your voice won't get through to me.
例えば彼女を殺せと命令されたら、俺自身が君たちの敵になる。それは困るでしょ。
If he orders me to kill her, for example, I'd just turn into your enemy. That'd be a problem for you, right?
お前は星野が死んでもいいのか。
You don't care if Hoshino dies? Not in this
この町が
land.
混沌と化しても、どれだけの人間が死んでも、たとえ俺が死んでも、心を痛めないのか。
No matter how badly this town is thrown into chaos, no matter how many people die, if I die, you don't feel any pain for that?
何を言ってるのかな、柳君。俺はそんなことで痛むような心を持ち合わせてない。
What do you mean, Yanagi? I don't have a heart that can be wounded by things of that
星野
nature.
はお前がアドニスのスパイだと知ったとき、ただお前の心配をした。立場がバレて、粛清でもされたのかって。
When Hoshino found out that you were an Adonis spy, all she did was worry about you. She thought you'd be
憎
arrested.
むでも、蔑むでもなく、俺が信じているお前を信じていたかったと言っていた。
She felt neither hatred nor scorn. She just said that she wanted to trust you because I trusted
たとえ
you.
作り物でも、お前と過ごした時間を否定したくなかったんだ。
Even if it was all an act to you, she didn't want to color her time with you with those lies.
白石、お前はそのままでいいのか。ゼロ、佐伯の命令に逆らえないと言ったな。
Shirishi, are you fine with this? You said you couldn't defy Zero Seiki's
今
orders.
後どうなろうと、自分の意思は関係ない。どんな未来が待っていようとどうでもいい。
You said you don't care what happens now. Are you just accepting whatever the future brings?
ならどうしてお前は三国の願いを叶えたいと思ったんだ。
If that's so, then why do you want to make Mikuni's wish come true?
本当に意志のないただの駒なら、佐伯の言うことに従っていればよかった。そうじゃないのか。
If you're really a pawn without a will, then you'd have just done whatever Seiki asked. Isn't that right?
お前には自我がある。願いがある。犯罪者だし、人としては最低最悪だが、人形なんかじゃない。
Like, you're terrible, you're horrible, you're no good, but you're not a puppet. You do have an ego, your own desires. You're a criminal and the worst possible sort of person, but you aren't a puppet.
外界に出てからお前自身が作ってきた白石影行という名の一人の人間だ。
You're Kaguyuki Shirashi, the person that you created once you entered the outside world.
古い付き合いの友人として頼む。白石。
So as your old friend, please, Shirashi, take me to the hideout.
一緒に星野を助けてくれ。
Help me save Hoshino.
うなずかなかったら今すぐにでも殺しそうな目をしてるね。
That look in your eye tells me you'll kill me if I don't nod yes, correct?
半殺し程度にはするかもな。お前の目を覚まさせてやるにはそれくらいがちょうどいい。
I might have to, more or less. If that's what it takes to get you to wake up, that's what I'm willing to do.
バカな連れとは拳で語り合わないとわからないこともある。
There are some things that stupid friends don't understand until you let your fist speak for you. Oh.
俺はもう後悔したくない。仲間にも。
I don't want to have any more regrets. I don't want my friends to have any either.
白石。
I'm begging you, Shirashi. Police!
あいつまた勝手なことを。
Just doing whatever he pleases again.
やけに深いため息ですね。悪いお知らせですか？
That's an awfully deep sigh you're making. Is there bad news?
柳からだ。
It's from Yanagi.
その様子だと頭の痛い報告のようですね。
Your expression tells me that his report is going to give me a headache.
なあ。今日にでもアジトに潜入すると報告が来た。
He said that they're going to infiltrate the hideout today.
やはり動きましたか？
I see, so they're making their move.
勝手な行動はするなと言ったが、一刻を争うから従えないだと。
I told him not to think it over, but he said he was a race against time and ignored me.
実際、人質が取られている。アジトが判明したとしても、突入が難しいのは事実だが。
Actually, Adonis is taken a hostage. Even though we've located their hideout, we can't really just rush in.
佐伯譲の指名手配について、まだ話がまとまらないのか。
Has the matter of getting Uzuru Saiki put on the wanted list been resolved yet? Yes, that.
なんだお前ら、騒がし。
Hey, you lot! What's all the commotion?
警視、そうか。
Chief, what brings you to Shinjuku Station?
緊急事態に陥っているこの状況を放置しておくわけにもいかないだろう。
I couldn't very well leave things alone in an emergency like
上
this.
から責任を取れと言われてね。いつまで混乱を引っ張るつもりだと。
The higher ups are telling me to take control. They're asking how long we plan to drag this
君
out.
たち捜査本部の能力のなさには呆れたよ。これ以上被害を広げれば、警察の権威は地の底まで失墜す
They're
る。
tired of the incompetence. If the damage spread any further, the authorities, the police will crumble.
故に、今から私が捜査本部の陣頭指揮を取ることにした。
Therefore, I have been ordered to take control of Investigation HQ.
こんな時に面倒なやつが来たな。
This pain in the ass has to show up
まずは
now. First things first.
佐伯譲の件はお聞き及びかと思います。
We need-
警視総監が本庁に不在だったからですか？
We need to address the matter of Uzuku Seiki. It's been delayed because you've been absent,
どちらに
correct?
しろ下級の件です。指名手配の判断を今すぐ出していただきたい。
This has become an emergency. We need you to put him on the wanted
それは
list.
できない。
I can't do that.
なぜですか？
Why not?
いくらアドニスの工作員だったとはいえ、現職警察官がテロ組織の幹部だかトップだかだったとなれば、
Declaring that an active police officer was the leader of Adonis would absolutely destroy the public's perception of the police.
そんなこと言ってる場合じゃねえだろ。
This isn't the time to be worrying about
今
that.
はとにかくテロ組織を摘発することが最優先だ。本拠地にさえたどり着ければ、幹部など何人でも捕らえられる。
Right now, our priority should be to expose the rest of Adonis. Once we've located their stronghold, we'll capture them
そう
all.
すれば、 佐伯譲の代わりに主犯にでも仕立て上げられるだろう。これ以上被害者を出すわけにもいかない。
When we do, we can declare one of them to be the mastermind in place of Seiki. We need to mitigate the damage.
テロ組織の本拠地はまだ特定できないのかね。総力を挙げて探り出せ。
You still haven't pinpointed the location of the terrorist HQ, right? Focus all your efforts on that.
ああ、うるっせえな。こっちはどんだけ寝てねえと思ってんだ。
God, you're annoying. How much sleep do you think we've lost over this? What?
峯岸さん。
Commissioner Minagishi.
はい。
Yes.
データの解析が終わった。柳さんから連絡来たけど、もう近くに待機してるらしい。
The data analysis is finished. We got a message from Yanagi. It sounds like he's waiting near the
これ
hideout.
から潜入作戦を開始する。
They're going to start the infiltration now.
わかりました。あなたに全権を委ねます。
Understood. You have full authority.
了解。
Yes, sir.
おい、何を勝手に進めている。今ここの指揮を取っているのは私だ。
What do you think you're
職務違
doing?
反だぞ。
I'm the one in charge here. This is a violation of the chain of command.
なのどうでもいい。
Oh, do I look like I give a crap?
そう言うと思いました。すべての責任は私が取ります。
I figured this is how it would go. I accept full responsibility.
ルール違反だか首だか知るかよ。こっちとら仲間の命かかってんだ。
I don't care if you get fired over some rules. My friends' lives are at stake here.
終わったら豚箱にぶち込むなりなんなり好きにすりゃいいだろ。今はそんな暇ねえ。さっさとやらせろ。
Go ahead and arrest me when this is all over if you want. Just shut up and stop getting in the way.
この
How dare you?
落ち着いてください。
Please calm down, Chief.
すでに特殊強襲部隊を準備させていますが、どちらにしろ再犯の力がなければ返り討ちにされるのは目に見えています。
The SAT teams are getting ready, but it looks like we'd be in much worse shape if it wasn't for the help of the cybercrime division.
少数精鋭の部隊で潜入作戦を開始し、様子を探るのが最善かと。
We currently believe it'd be best to have a small elite team infiltrate this and scout the compound.
もしもの時の責任は誰が取る。管理官ごときの首じゃ済まされんぞ。下手をしたら。
Who's taking the blame if this goes badly? It won't just end with your job, Commissioner. Worst
潜
case.
入を任せる彼らは警察ではありません。いざという時も警察の名に傷がつくことはありません。
The team entering the compound isn't part of the police. If this goes south, it won't affect the reputation of the police. I'll assume that you don't mind.
それなら。
In that case.
へえ。あの人も言うじゃん。
Wow, that guy can really talk. He's got admiration.
現場上がりの捜査一課長の肩書きは伊達じゃないんですよ。
He flew up the ranks to the head of investigation section 1. That title's not just for show.
許可が出た。笹塚、作戦開始だ。再犯チームは笹塚の指揮のもとに動け。
We're clear to go. Sasuke begin. Cybercrime is now under Sasuke's direction.
特殊部隊はアジ
I'm
ト周
gonna
辺住民の
save.
安全確保を
I
最
know
優
this
先。
isn't her point of view,
命令
but
があるまでアジトには決して近
this
づ
is
くな。
usually the music that plays before I have a gun in my hand. SAT team, ensure the safe evacuation of citizens in the vicinity of the hideout. Do not approach the compound until the orders given.
他の捜査員は笹塚が割り出したアドニスの関係者に接触しろ。
Other investigators are to make contact with Adonis's personnel. That Sasuke's indicates. That's all. Get to work, everyone. Yes, sir. Yay. Doing stuff. My consciousness slowly rose up from the darkness. Huh? The scene that my blurry vision took in was completely unfamiliar to me. It seemed to be a dimly lit church. Where am I?
ここはアドニスの聖域だ。
He's so cute! Is he wearing black gloves? It'd be great if you were. This is the sacred ground of Adonis. Sacred? It was Seiki, or so I thought. He wasn't wearing his uniform or clothes I was accustomed to, so he seemed like a stranger.
教祖とそれに連なる者しか入れない場所。アドニスは宗教組織だからな。
Only the elder and related people can enter. Adonis is a religious sect, after all. Are you their elder?
そう。俺はゼロと呼ばれ、再生を生む者として崇められている。
Yes, they call me Zero, and they revere me as the one who will bring about the
偶
rebirth.
像がなければ動くこともできない。そんな愚鈍な信者たちのための指標さ。
They can't act without an idol to look up to. I'm a beacon for those stupid believers. Is that really any way to speak about the believers who have placed so much trust in you?
どうして敬意を払う必要がある？
He's just like
奴らはただの
one
駒でしかない。
bit shy from having like a fang when he does this face. Why should I have any respect for them? They're just
ここに
pawns.
集まってる人間たちは大した覚悟も持たないまま、ただ武力と多勢でもって自分の主張を国に訴えたいだけだ。
Those who gather here have no real conviction. They simply want to foist their opinions on the country through armed forces and
テ
numbers.
ロを起こして己の優位性を見せつけたい。国を操れる立場になった妄想に浸りたい。
They want to assert dominance through terror,
権持欲、
to
欲の
bask
塊。
in the dream that they control Japan. They're mounds of greed who want recognition.
そんな奴らはこの聖域に足を踏み入れる資格もないよ。
Such people have no right to set foot on this sacred ground. Aren't you the same? You use terror to enforce your own justice. How are you any different from these people that just describe Seiki?
傍から見れば似たようなものだろうな。ただ、違う。この国で生きるべきなのは力を持つものじゃない。
If you view it the same way, we may seem similar, but we're not. The people who should live in this country are not those who have power.
善良で正しい、良き人間だけが生きるべきなんだ。最終的にはな。
Only those who are good and righteous deserve to live in the end. What do you even mean by that?
そのためには段階を踏む必要がある。国の汚れを一掃するには、まず悪意を持つ者に強大な力で恐怖を植え付けなきゃいけない。
Steps have been taken to mandate that. To purge this nation, we must first plant fear in the hearts of those with malice.
犯罪者を狙った武力によるテロ行為はあくまでそのための布石だ。善良な者だけを選定するための儀式。
Using acts of terror to target the criminals for merely laying the groundwork for this, a ritual to select only the good.
銃刀法解除がいい例だな。俺はあんなのは全く賛同できない。
Take the weapons ban repeal, for example. I didn't agree with that at all.
国民に銃を持たせたところで何になる？今の新宿を見ればわかるだろう。
What good would become of arming the populace? Just look what Shinjuku became.
扱い方も知らない。撃つ覚悟もない人間が銃を持ったところで、結局は弱者が虐げられて犠牲になるだけだ。
Giving guns to people who have neither the training nor conviction to use them result in the weak being oppressed and
普
victimized.
通の人間が当たり前の日常を生きられるように、力を持つ者を、よこしまな考えを持つ者を排除する。
Those with real power must purge those with evil thoughts so that normal people can live normal, everyday lives.
それが俺の理想だ。
That is my ideal.
俺は人間にとって一番大事なのは
I recall that Yanagi once said that for a moment. No, that's different. I shook my head to clear my mind. So what you're telling me is that you plan to destroy Adonis as well? That was the only conclusion I could think of. After all, he said they were pawns to him. He needed power to create his ideal world, but in his world, power wasn't necessary. The Adonis group would be counterproductive to what Seiki wanted once he had completed his ideal world.
それでこそ理想が叶う。力を得て弱者を支配することに喜びを見出すような人間は俺の世界に必要ない。
Yes, that's when my ideal will be realized. People who acquire power and derive joy from controlling others aren't needed in my world.
だからお前を選んだんだ。
That's why I chose you. What?
俺の最終的な目標は、この国に生きる普通の人間すべてが、強者に抗う覚悟を持てるようにすることだ。
My final objective is to give all of the ordinary people living in Japan the conviction to resist the oppression of the
日常
strong.
を脅かす悪意がすぐそばにあることを誰もが理解し、怯えて嘆き暮らすのではなく、それに対抗する意志を持つこと。
To let everyone see that the malice that hangs over their daily lives is amongst them, and to give them the will to fight against it.
そうして強い意志を持つ正しい人間が悪を裁く構図を作り上げる。それが目標。
Good, strong-willed people will construct a new order in which evil is judged. That's my
警
goal.
察学校時代、お前はよく言ってたな。守るために目の前の犯罪者を撃つ。
You said often during our days at the academy that you would shoot criminals to
悲
protect.
しんでいる人に手を差し伸べたい。自分にできる限りのことをする。
You want to help those drowning in sorrow. You want to help however you
当た
can.
り前の日常を生きる人たちのために、一つでも犯罪を減らす。
You'll prevent whatever crimes you can so that people can live their lives. That's what you said. I did say that. Even now, I still felt that way. It was why I became a police officer. But coming out of Seiki's mouth, it seemed to take on a twisted and different
俺
meaning.
はそれを口先だけで終わらせない。夢物語じゃなく、現実にしようとしてるだけだ。
I won't finish this with mere words. I'm trying to make this reality, not just fantasy. You're
お
wrong.
前は首輪をつけられても逃げずに抗い、X デイ事件の捜査を通じて弱者の悲しみを知った。
Even after being collared, you resisted without running. Through your investigations, you've seen the sorrows of the weak.
普通の人間でしかないお前が、弱者への理解と強者の覚悟、どちらも持ち得た。
You, an ordinary person, have developed an understanding of the weak and the determination of the strong.
そして、俺までたどり着いた。実験は成功だ。
That's not true. You kidnapped me. That's not the same. And now you finally reached me. The experiment was a
お前
success.
はためらわず悪意を殺せる。善良な心のまま、正しいままで。
You can kill malice without hesitation. You can do it with a pure heart and righteousness. No. I desperately shook my head. This was wrong. I would never accept this idea of justice. This is contradiction. That's a contradiction. Drawing the line between right and wrong people is completely arbitrary. When the good people you speak of hurt others, people in the name of fighting malice, they just end up repeating the same misdeeds.
なら繰り返していけばいい。最後に残るのは、本当に正しく強い心を持った人間だけだ。
That's true. Then the cycle will continue. All that will be left in the end are those who possess just strong hearts. So to make sure everyone is just and strong, do you plan to test them with collars like you did with me? Will you force them to fear this ever-present death? Coerce them into fighting evil? Will you kill them if they can't do it?
もちろん、
Of course. If that's your reasoning, then you've left me no choice but to kill you now. You're the evil that's been menacing me, and in my mind, you're nothing close to good. I hadn't planned on this, despite how evil he was. I couldn't kill him. But it had somehow come to this. I realized how badly I
そう
wanted
だ
it.
な。それが正しい形だと思ってるよ。
Yeah, I think that's how this should be. Seiki nonchalantly affirmed my intent. I felt a sense of vertigo.
まあ、それは最後の最後だ。さすがにまだお前一人に任せるわけにはいかないから、ここで死ぬつもりはないけど。
Anyway, this really is the end. I obviously can't leave all the work to you, so I don't plan on dying here. Why? Why do all this then? Your determination since the academy to reduce the sadness in the world and protect everyone hasn't changed. I know that now. But you don't have to take it to this extreme, did you? Didn't. You could have realized your ideals without resorting to this methods.
お前は甘いんだよ。
That's why you're still naive. Seiki's face twisted into a pained expression. His expression pierced my chest. It was a look of sadness
お
and
前には
pain.
聞こえないのか。今この瞬間にも罪のない人間が理不尽に尊厳を奪われて泣いてるんだ。
Can't you hear them? This very moment, innocent people are crying because of the cruelty of this
ただ
world.
普通に生きたかった。幸せになりたかった。どうしてこんな目に遭わなきゃいけないんだ。何も
They
して
just
ない
want
ただ
to live
生きたい
normal,
だけなのに。
happy lives. What did they do? Why do they deserve this fate? They've done nothing wrong. Seiki,
耐えられないんだよ。こんな悲しみ抱えきれない。
man, this is a guy who took on the entire
消
world.
さなきゃいけないんだ。
I won't stand idly by anymore. Enough of this unnecessary sadness. I have to erase it all. What if he was bearing a scar that let him empathize with the victims? Maybe some horrific memory drove him into this extreme. Were you hurt in the past too? Is that why you're doing this?
俺の人格は関係ない。
This has nothing to do with my character. But Seiki denied it. He quietly continued.
俺は代弁者であるだけだ。すべての悲しみを受け入れる。ただの器だよ。
I'm just an agent, a mere vessel to shoulder all this sadness. I couldn't understand what he was saying. Did I black out again?
で、なんで榎本くんと岡崎くんまでいるのかな。
So why are Enomoto and Okazaki here?
こいつらは警察じゃないだろう。
They aren't
いや
cops.
いやいや、岡崎くんは現職でしょう。
No. Okazaki is an officer, right?
必要なら今日にでも辞表出すけど。
I can resign here if that's what you need.
軽いな。三國さんにバレたら俺が怒られるんだけど。
So, last year's Fieri was your duty. If Mukuni gets wind of this, he'll get mad at me.
だが、お前は星野を見殺しにしない道を選んだ。ここまで来て、引き返す気はないだろう。
But you chose not to let Hoshino die. You're not going back now backing out now, are you?
これで死なれたら寝覚め悪いしね。それに、彼のことだからもう正式な構成員の撤退はほぼ完了してると思うよ。
Well, I won't sleep if she dies like this. Besides, knowing Mukuni, I think most of the evacuation should be finished by now. Really?
そうなのか。撤退だけなら1日あれば十分だからね。なのに2日の猶予を要求したのは、彼がまだゼロの説得を諦めてないからだ。
A day should be enough for the evacuation. The fact that he asked for 2 means he hasn't given up on trying to convince Zero.
ゼロが警察に捕まることになるくらいなら自分の手で彼を止めようとする。そういう人だからね。
If Zero's going to be captured by the police, then Mikuni would rather personally stop him. That's the kind of man he is.
でも、ミクニは佐伯と仲間割れしてるんじゃないのか。
But aren't Mikuni and Saiki having a fallout?
いろいろあるんだよ。彼らは彼らなりにね。
There's a lot of reasons for that. Basically, they are who they are.
それより強固なセキュリティはどうやって突破するつもり？無計画で突っ込んだら確実にみんなで仲良く小田仏だよ。
More importantly, how are we going to bypass the tough security? If you rush in without a plan, you're all sure to end up dead.
ああ、もちろん対策済みだ。死ぬつもりはさらさらないからな。
There's a plan, of course. We don't intend to just die stupidly.
それはまた頼りがいがあることで何より。
Well, I'm glad we at least have that going for us then.
ササスカ、聞こえるか？状況はどうだ？
Can you hear me, Sasuke? What's the situation?
外部へのセキュリティは掌握した。今ダミーの警報を鳴らして周囲の奴ら散らすから。
Sounds like Adonis now. I've gotten the lay of the external security right now. I'm triggering dummy alarms to thin the perimeter guard out, so just a sec.
なんか、奥の方から結構な人数が出てったぜ。
Looks like a lot of them came from the compound.
偽の警報に釣られたんだろうね。
They've been drawn out by the false
見張
alarms.
りはいなくなった。監視カメラもダミー画像に差し替えてある。堂々と入っていい。
That takes care of the guards. The cameras are now getting dummy footage. That'll get you inside, no sweat.
ただ、内部のシステムは全部乗っ取れてない。潜入と同時にこっちも進めるから 指示に従え。
However, internal systems are still intact. We'll be tracking you, so follow my instructions.
なるほど。どんな魔法を使ったか知らないけど、まさか一部でも乗っ取れるとはね。
I see. You compromised part of the interior, eh? I didn't know what sorcery you
やられ
used.
たら10倍返しが鉄則だろ。
Mess with me, I pay you back tenfold my iron rule.
相当根に持ってるね。笹塚くんの能力と意地を甘く見てたな。
That's quite a bold proclamation. It seems I underestimated both your will and your skill.
それから
Also,
ヤネさん、
Yanagi.
なんだ
What?
解析したデータの中に X-ray 計画の詳細も入ってた。
There were details on the X-Day plan in the data we analyzed.
声明で言ってた通り、X-Day は来月1月1日、全国にいる収監されてない犯罪者を拉致して、
As Adonis said,
一斉に毒殺する計画。
X days next month, the 1st, they want to round up every free criminal in Japan, collar them, and execute them at once.
だと
解
Collars.
除コードもあったけど、それがバカ猫の首輪にも適用するかどうかはわかんね
There's a release code, but I don't know if it'll work on that idiot cat's
え。
collar.
首輪に仕込まれてんのは未知の毒だ。解毒薬もアドニスが抑えてるだろうな。
Unknown toxin is loaded in the collar. Adonis probably has the antidote.
ご苦労だった、さすが。白石、
I
お
see.
前は何か知らないか
Good work, Sasuke. Anything to add, Shirashi?
いや、さすがに知らないな。そもそも首輪の存在自体知ってる人の方が少ないと思うし。
No, I'm not that familiar with it. I think only a few people know the collars exist.
だとすると、佐伯に直接聞くしかないか。
In that case, we'll just ask Seiki in person.
素直に答えてはくれなさそうだけどね。
I doubt he'll give us a straight answer.
だが、あいつは彼女に執着している。この段階に来て、殺すとは思えない。
True, but he's fixated on her. I feel like I hit something, but I don't know what it was. I can't see him killing her after all this.
それは同感。
Agreed.
今それにかけるっきゃねえよな。
We'll just have to bet on that hope.
よし、突入だ。俺と岡崎が先陣を切る。白石、榎本は後方支援。
All right, let's break in. Okazaki and I will take out the vanguard. Shirishi and Enomoto back us up.
任せて。
Yes, you can count on me.
了解っす。
You got it, boss.
はいはい、わかったよ。
Sure,
笹
sure.
塚は逐一、セキュリティの状況を伝えてくれ。
Sasuke, keep updating security status for
Okay.
us. Roger.
行くぞ。
Here we go. Walking backwards? What's happening?
つうか、こんなとこにアジトがあったのかよ。
Still, I never thought they'd have a hideout in a place
おい
like、this.
そこのバカ。あと3歩くらい壁に近づいたら、ライフルで全身穴だらけにされるぞ。
Hey, idiot, get close to that wall in another 3 steps, and rifles are gonna turn you to Swiss cheese.
早く言え。
Say it
よ
sooner.
し、防衛システムは停止させた。
All right, defense
System
systems are down. You're okay to proceed.
侵入者
What? Intruders? Ah!
さすが、岡崎くんは現役だけあるね。
Impressive, Okazaki. SP officers are amazing.
応援を
Go over back up.
ミ
Kick.
ネオ君、後ろ。
Behind you, Minio.
ああ、遅いよっと。
Ah, too late. Go!
すっげえ蹴り。白石さんって知能派かと思ってたけど、あんな動きできたんすね。
Woo! That was one hell of a kick. I thought you were a lab geek, but you've got moves like that too, huh?
榎本くん、俺が根っからの工作員だってもしかしてもう忘れてるの？
Enomoto, are you forgetting that I've been an undercover operative for Adonis this entire time?
あ、そうだった。
Oh, yeah.
これでも幼少期から無駄に鍛えられてるからね。
I received grueling training ever since I was young.
つうか、裏切り者なのに全然それらしくないっつうか、いつも通りすぎるだろ、あんた。
Speaking of, for a guy who's betraying his team, you're taking this awfully well, like you're used to it.
ちょっと静かにして。足音が聞こえなくなるから。
Be quiet for a moment, you'll drown out their footsteps.
お前はお前でこういう時キャラ変わんのな。
Right, even a guy like you gets serious at a time like these.
奥に進むぞ。
We're heading deeper.
いかにもテロ組織の基地って感じ。
This place totally feels like a terrorist base.
テロ組織だからね、実際。
Well, we are terrorists.
そんなのんきなことを言ってる場合でもなさそうだが。
I don't think this is the time or the place for friendly chit chat.
侵入者あり、侵入者あり。B ブロックに潜入している模様。発見したい。即刻排除せよ。
Intruder spotted. Intruder spotted. They've infiltrated B block. Neutralize the intruders on site.
おい、めっちゃバレてんぞ。ってことはここ B ブロック？
So we just been made, so we're in B block?
バレてるのは今更じゃない。
Well, it was about time they noticed.
いくらず。
Oops, I hit the button too fast.
見つけたぞ。
Even Sasuke can't hack without leaving any traces. Found them!
殲滅しろ。
Take them out!
行け。
Go!
服装を見る限りじゃ割と強いの揃ってるね。
Just judging by their outfits, there's a bunch of tough guys
壁
coming.
に催眠ガス仕込まれてるけど、流す？
I can vent sleeping gas through the walls, should I?
それやったら俺たちまでやばいだろ。
That'll be really bad for us
じゃあ
too.
なんとか乗り切れ。
Just prepare for it and deal with it.
乗り切るけどさ。
Fine, do it. Yeah.
柳さん、アジト内のマップで不自然に途切れてる箇所がある。その部屋の奥。
Yanagi, there's a point on the map that cuts off unnaturally. Head for the deepest part of the room.
そこが本来教祖のいる大聖堂です。ゼロがいるならそこだと思います。
That should be the Elder's Cathedral. If Zero's on site, I think he'll be there.
今の声って。
Ooh, that voice. Sera.
ああ、彼が協力したのか。笹塚君の魔法の意味、やっと理解したよ。
Ah, so you gained his cooperation too. I finally know how Sasuke works his magic.
記憶が消えたセラに笹塚が全て説明して協力を取り付けた。おかげでデータ解析が一気に進んだんだ。
Sasuke explained things to Seta after his memory was wiped and convinced him to help. That sped up analysis dramatically. Oh, he's doing his magic kick. Yeah!
執行者の裏切りか。これもゼロの傲慢が生んだ代償なんだろうね。
A traitor amongst the Asians. That's what the price Zero paid for his
俺には
arrogance.
こんなことを言う資格なんてないって分かってます。
I know I have no right to say this, but
お
still.
願いします。お姉さんを助けてください。
Please save Lee.
当たり前だ。俺たちは全員そのためにここにいるんだからな。
Of course, that's why we're all here.
もう失敗はしない。必ず無事に助け出すよ。
Yeah, there won't be any more failures. We'll definitely bring her home alive. Dude, this blaring sound. Yeah, yeah. It's like we're fighting phantoms. Oh, God.
にしてもキリがないな、これ。
Still, there's no end to these minions.
柳先輩、岡崎連れて先行ってくださいよ。俺と白石さんでここ足止めしますから。
Yanagi, take Okazaki with you and go ahead. Shirishi and I will hold them off. What?
どっちにしろ俺はゼロに会えないしね。会ったが最後だから遠慮しときたいな。
Remember, Zero can't see me. I should only be in there as a last
道
resort.
具として使われるくらいなら榎本君と一緒に足止め係やってあげるよ。
You should at least make use of me as a tool to slow down the enemies get together with
いざ
Enomoto.
となったら催眠ガス流せばいいだろう。柳さんたちが戻ってきたら起こしてもらえ。
If it gets bad, I can release the gas. Yanagi can just wake you up when he returns.
めっちゃ最終手段。下手したら死ぬ。でもまあ、そんな手もあるっちゃあるんで。
That's definitely our last resort. We could die if you screw up, but at least we have an option.
柳さん。
Yanagi?
榎本、白石、ここは任せる。
All right, Enomoto, Shirishi, I'll leave this area to you. Thank you.
了解っす。
You got it.
いってらっしゃい。
Good luck.
岡崎、先へ進むぞ。
Okazaki, we're moving on. Yeah, let's hurry up and save her. Dun 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 dun. It's me again. For a while, I sensed a commotion outside. Perhaps the church's walls were thin, though before it had been creepily quiet. What's going on?
侵入者だってさ。
Intruders. Seiki was looking at his phone blankly. It had to be something serious if he couldn't even take his eyes off his phone.
騎士たちがお前を助けに来たみたいだぞ。
It appears your knights have come to rescue you. Eh? I didn't understand what he meant right away, but could it be? Yanagi? Had he come for me?
ゼロ。
Zero. The door opened to the church. I didn't know the man who entered the room, but I feel like I've seen him before. It was Rei Mikuni, the politician Yanagi had mentioned that he might be one of the ringleaders of Adonis.
なんだ、お前か。侵入者は
Ah, it's you. What's going on with the intruders?
ゼロ。いえ、譲る。最後の通告です。
Zero?
もうやめましょう。
No. Uzuru? This is my last warning. Put an end to this already.
何の話だ。俺の駒ならもうほとんど別の場所に移動してる。
What are you talking about? Most of my pawns have already moved elsewhere.
お前だってそうだろ。アドニスの構成員は全国に散らばってる。
Shouldn't you have gone with them? Adonis's members have scattered all over Japan.
ここはアドニスの一部に過ぎない。警察がここを潰したくらいじゃ止められないさ。
This is but one cell of Adonis. We won't be stopped by a single police raid.
それも時間の問題です。我々の機密データが警察側に流出しています。
It's just a matter of time until that happens. Our secret data has been leaked to the
おそら
police.
くセラ・アキトの仕業かと思われますが、そのデータを元に辿っていけば、いずれは全国にいる構成員にも影響が出てしまう。
I believe this is probably Akito Sira's doing, but once the information spreads nationwide, it'll impact
だから
everything.
何？また場所を変えればいいだけだ。
So what? We'll just move again.
俺たちの協力者はいくらでもいる。お前の立場を使えば。
You have plenty of collaborators. With your position, we can find a new hideout.
私はもうやめます。
I'm quitting.
これ以上あなたが狂っていくのも、アドニスが怪我されていくのも見ていられません。
I can't bear to see your madness get any worse, nor to see Adonis corrupted
す
further.
べての責任を取り、私が主犯として警察に出頭します。
I will take full responsibility and turn myself into the police as the main suspect.
それで一体何が変わる？レイ、お前はいつも口だけだ。
And just what will that change, Rei? You've always been nothing but talk.
弱者のための理想の未来を描くなんて言っておきながら、結局は逃げるの。
Oh my word. You said you'd paint an ideal future for the meek, but in the end, you're going to meekly give up?
違います。私はこんな虐殺が見たかったんじゃない。
No, that's incorrect. I never wanted to see this slaughter. His words pierced me straight through the heart. There were rumors of a rift within Adonis. Did this man's ideals differ from Uzuru's?
10年前、あの頃に私たちが交わした約束は、こんな未来をもたらすものではなかった。
10 years ago, the promise we made to each other back then wasn't meant to bring about this future.
そう思うなら、最初から違ったんだよ。
If that's how you feel, then we never agreed.
譲る。
Utsuru.
最初から俺とお前が目指す道は違ってた。
You and I walked different paths all along. That's all.
だいたい出自からしてそうだったじゃないか。お前は光のもと、俺は影のもとに生まれた。
We started from different backgrounds too. You were born in the light. I was in the shadows.
そんなことはありません。私は。
That's not true.
お前は俺を理解してくれなかった。だから俺は彼女を選んだんだ。
I knew that you never understood me. That's why I've chosen her. Eh?
そうですか。
I see. Whispering, Mikuni drew a gun. He slowly flicked off the safety.
俺を殺すのか？まあ、教祖の首と一緒に自首すれば、少しは刑も軽くなるかもな。
Are you going to kill me? I suppose if you deliver my head when you turn yourself in, you'll get a lighter sentence.
いいえ。
No. He was pointing the pistol at me.
あなたを狂わせたのは彼女ですね。 彼女がいなくなれば諦めていただけますか？
Oh no. She's the one who's driven you mad, right? Will you give up if she's gone?
もう一度正しい意味での改革を。それを約束していただけるなら、私はあなたの代わりに出頭します。
If you can promise me that you'll lead another revolution the right way this time, I'll give myself up in your place.
その代わり、アドニスを生かして
Is
く
he
ださい。
crying? Is there tears in his eyes? I think so. In exchange, please keep Adonis alive.
レイ、お前はどこまでもバカだな。
Rei, you're a fool through and through. Seiki's face twisted in anger. I merely watched the scene dumbfounded. I looked at the gun that was pointed at me. I felt that it was an expression of the wielder's sadness. Is the music gonna change? Dun 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 dun. Hoshino.
ミクニ、銃を下ろせ。
Drop the gun, Mikuni.
今度こそ逃がさないよ、佐伯。
You're not getting away this time, Seiki. He still has the collar on. Yanagi and Okazaki rushed into the room. Yanagi pointed his gun at Rei, Mikuni, while Okazaki pointed his gun at Seiki.
タイムリミットですか。
So my time's up. Mikuni sighed as he lowered his pistol. In a daze, I watched Yanagi take the gun away from him. His eyes looked forlorn, as if he had lost something important.
星野、無事か？
Are you okay, Hoshino? Yanagi? Yanagi rushed over to me. When I saw him, I felt as if all the strength instantly drained from my body. You came for me. He had come to rescue me in this place without regard for his safety. Of course, I knew how pathetic it was that I'd been so easily abducted, but my happiness overtook my shame. Hearing the shot, I turned to see Seiki had been walking to the back of the altar. The sound it came from Okazaki's pistol. He fired a warning shot, and Seiki, who paid no heed to the gun, trained on him.
止まらないと。次は当てるよ。
Freeze, the next shot's not a warning.
できるならやってみな。
Take the shot if you think you can hit. Seiki turned around. He was laughing.
は必ず来る。星野、その日が来たらもう一度、俺の言葉の意味を考えてみろよ。
Next day will absolutely come. When that happens, be sure to think again on what I've said, Hoshino. I could only think that he was wrong. Okazaki's gunshot struck Seiki, but Seiki didn't seem to mind as he disappeared behind the altar.
俺は佐伯を追う。
Yanagi, I'm going after Seiki.
やめとけ。
Stop. Sasuke's voice interrupted Okazaki's attempt to pursue. I didn't see him, but I could hear his voice. But
そこから先はシステムに侵入できない。何が仕掛けられてるかわからねえ。死ぬぞ。
I don't have access to systems past that area. We don't know what's there. I'd assume you'd die. Fine. With a sigh, Okazaki holstered his gun. He was still looking at the altar. Seiki. He had said that X Day would absolutely come. That could only mean that he would trigger it.
ミクニ、あいつの言う X デイはお前でも止められないんだな。
Mikuni, you can't stop his plan for X Day, can you?
無理です。
That's right. It's impossible. Mikuni nodded helplessly. He looked straight at Yanagi without a hint of pretense.
データを解析したならば、全国にいるアドニスの構成員及び捕獲している犯罪者の所在はわかると思いますが。
If you've analyzed the data, I think you know the location of all Adonis's members and collared criminals across Japan, but
ゼロはそちらもすでに場所を移動させているでしょう。
Zero is likely in the process of having them all
移動
relocated.
が間に合わなかった幾人かは捕らえられるかもしれませんが、その場合は時間との勝負です。
You should be able to capture those who haven't relocated quickly enough, but now it's a race against time for
です
you.
がそういった行動に出ることで、ゼロが X デイの時期を早める可能性もあります。
The fact that Zero is doing this means that he's likely accelerating the timetable for X Day.
そうか。あと、
I see.
もう一つ聞きたい
One
こと
more
が
question.
何ですか？
What is
全
it?
国にいる収監されていない犯罪者を拉致し、首輪をつけて一斉に毒殺する。それが X デイ計画であることは知っている。
We know that the X Day plan is to round up all the criminals in the country, put collars on them, and execute them with
そ
poison.
の毒が未知のものであり、解毒剤がアドニスの研究所にしかないことも。
We also know that the poison is an unknown toxin, the antidote is to which only exists in Adonis's labs.
首輪そのものの解除コードは解析したデータの中にあった。星野が付けられた首輪も。
The release code for the collars was in the data we analyzed. Will that code release Hoshino's collar?
同じです。首輪の開発はゼロが主導していましたが、私も携わりました。
Yes, the very same. Zero was in charge of collar development, but I also worked on them.
私が知らない何かを仕掛けていない限りは同じはずです。
As long as he hasn't included anything I'm unaware of, the same code should work. So there's a risk. Yanagi clicked his tongue, but I felt confident. Maybe it was because I had witnessed the dialogue between Seiki and Minakuni. Mikuni was originally Seiki's sympathizer. They'd both worked on this plan for years, so I felt Seiki wouldn't have done anything to them since they'd both created the collars. Yanagi, it'll be okay. Please try the code. But if collars like this one are being put on large groups of people across the country, then we should test the release code now. I want to be free as soon as possible so I can face Seiki without an added burden. I want to truly stand by your side. Please. There's no point in me being scared then. Alright, let's try it.
ここにも解毒剤は残っているはずです。ゼロが持ち出している可能性もありますが。
There should still be some antidote left here. It's possible Zero took it with him, but
万が一のため、すぐ入手できるよう部下に手配をしておきます。
just in case we should secure it immediately, I'll have my subordinates look for it. Thanks, Sasuke, help him out. Roger. Ray Mikuni seemed to send some message out over his phone. I could feel my heart pounding as I gave him a sidelong glance. Then Yanagi's hand touched my collar. His fingers trembled slightly without thinking I'd placed my hand over his. Yanagi's hands was warm. It's hard to say, man. Can I finally set you free? Can I actually free you from this fear? Yes, I'm sure of it. For a while, the time passed. It worked. Sasuke's voice chimed in. I heard a sound from the collar. I felt a breezy sensation on my neck and the lifting of a suffocating feeling. The collar had finally came off. Hoshino, thank you so much. I felt a wave of relief at being freed from my nightmarish curse. I sighed deeply and smiled tearfully at Yanagi. I'm going to turn myself in. All of Zero's subordinates outside have probably retreated on his orders. Oh, you're okay. Phew, that's great. That's great. Anamoto. I sighed in relief when I saw him. He was safe. I was really glad. If he had gotten hurt on my behalf, there would be no end to my regret. Hey, where's Shirashi? About that, the guys who were fighting earlier suddenly scattered like a bunch of baby spiders. They probably fled on Seiki's command. And just when I thought, whew, we can relax, that's when I realized Shirashi was gone. Where'd he go? Yanagi, get out of there now. Sasuke, what's wrong? There's a ton of armed explosives. They're rigged to bring the whole base down. To him, this place is probably nothing more than another tool. Explosions?
のんびりしてる場合じゃないよ。早く外へ。
There's no time to waste. Hurry outside.
だが白石が
But Shidashi,
大丈夫でしょう。14番は簡単に死ぬような
he'll
も
be
のではあ
fine.
りません。
Number 14 won't die so easily.
14番じゃない。あいつは白石だ。白石影行だ。
His name is at number 14. It's Shidashi. Kaguyuki
そう
Shidashi.
ですか。
I see.
そうでしたね。
So he is. Rei Mukuni showed a slight smile of difference to this obviously irritated Yanagi. Somehow his narrowed eyes were dazzling.
彼の行きそうなところでしたらわかります。私に任せてください。
I know where he might have gone. I'll find him for you.
お前をここで見逃すわけには。
We can't just let you go.
柳愛知、あなたは14番。いえ、白石影行を変えました。
Aiji Yanagi, you changed number. No. Kaguyuki Shidashi.
私の願いを叶えようとしてくれた彼に、私は恩義があります。
I'm indebted to him for all the help he provided so I could achieve my
そ
dreams.
の彼が信用しているあなたを、今さら裏切るようなことはしません。
You believe in him, and because of that, I'll never betray you. Alright. It's almost as awkward as her saying I love you so fast. After a short pause, Yanagi nodded. He seemed to be convinced that Rei Mukuni wasn't lying.
白石を頼む。
I'll leave Shidashi to you then. Okazaki, pick me up. Let's go. Good, now excuse me.
俺たちもさっさと脱出するぞ。
We're getting out of here. Okay. It happened in an instant. A large piece of ceiling suddenly collapsed with the sound of the explosion. Hushing up! Yanagi was at my side immediately. He was trying to shield me. No! Even though I pushed him away, I couldn't avoid the rubble. I only had a few moments, even knowing that I still froze. Look out, man. This is... Ah! Okazaki! We dead? Ah, god, ga. Oh no! Okazaki had shoved both of us out of the way of the debris. The blood drained from my face. Okazaki! God. I rushed over in a panic. The grisly sight stopped my heart cold. Half of Okazaki's body had been crushed. His clothes was soaked in crimson blood. We've got to stop the bleeding quickly.
これくらい平気。柳さんと君が潰されるよりはマシでしょ。
It's alright, this is nothing. It's better than you and Yanagi being crushed, eh?
何バカなこと言ってんだよ。マシもクソもあるか。
The hell are you talking about? How the heck is this better?
ひどい怪我だ。すぐに病院へ連れて行かないとまずい。江本、そっちを持て。引っ張り上げるぞ。
You're severely wounded. You need to get to the hospital right away. Anamoto, take that end. We'll lift this. Hang on, Okazaki.
手間かけてごめんね。
Sorry to cause you all this trouble. It's because I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry, Okazaki.
大丈夫。
He does not sound good. I said it was fine. Together, the three of us lifted up the rubble that had crushed Okazaki's body. Okazaki was suddenly free, but he'd obviously lost far too much blood. Yet he looked up at Yanagi and I, smiling happily. Thanks, both of you. Why are you saying that? We're the ones who should be thanking you, Okazaki.
君たちのおかげで。
I guess if a man's dream is to die, dying's the only answer, because I achieved my goal. Thanks to you. Nothing could make me happier. Your goal.
冗談じゃない。バカなことを言うな、岡崎。
This isn't funny. Stop messing around, Okazaki.
勝手に死ぬなんて絶対許さない。絶対に死なせないからな。
I won't allow you to die on your own. I absolutely will not let you die. The anger in Yanagi's voice was clear. It was beyond enraged. I can't hear you over the music. Kai. When you put it that way, it almost makes me not want to die. Okazaki smiled with twinkling eyes as Enomoto carried him. Soon after that, we were placed into custody by the SAT, and first aid team stand by once we left ruins of the hideout. Ray Mukuni turned himself in the next day. He claimed responsibility for the X-Day cases. Investigations HQ continued to investigate Mikuni and search for the remnants of Adonis. Uzuru Seki's name was not made known to the public. Investigations HQ manhunt for Seki continues. As long as Sato, the head of Adonis, was still alive, the threat from Adonis remained. X-Day could still happen. Still, the fact that the ringleader had turned to be the son of the ruling prime minister caused a major scandal in the public eye, and we still couldn't get in touch with Shirashi, who disappeared when we escaped from Adonis's base. As usual, no one knew what he was up to. 3 months later. Chapter 7? Egads, what? Oh dear. It's almost been 5 hours. I haven't ate dinner yet. Shoot, do I want to keep going? I wanted to finish this today, but I didn't realize there was another chapter for his story. Oh my words. Okay, let me think. I'm sleepy. No, I'm not. It's only 5. I'm not sleepy, but I've heard my stomach growl like 3 times, and I don't know. I don't know if I have it in me, because usually the chapters are roughly 2-ish hours. Oh, and then I have to get all the other endings. Okay, I think we're going to stop it here. I thought I'd finish this today, but I guess I'm going to finish it tomorrow. Or tonight. I might come back later. Okay, let's oh, not that. Main menu. Yes, please. Let's see what... I don't think we get chapter selection until we beat his. Yeah, so I didn't even know there was 7 chapters for him. Whoa. I don't even know like what route we're on really, because there's 1, 2, 3 for these endings, right? So there's another one here that she can get. Oh my stars. Okay, well. There's still 4 more endings for him. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Dang, okay. What about pictures? That'll tell me something, right? Oh my goodness. Okay. We're still missing 11 photos from his storylines. Okay. But hey, we got all of these. And both of these. Those 2 don't even look the same. And all 4 of these. We made him surprised and embarrassed. Alright, well. That is a lot. It is a lot! Oh my word. I didn't realize there was a 7th chapter for him. So, but I might play again tonight. I don't have work tomorrow. I just also feel bad leaving my dog in the living room since she had surgery. So I want to check on her as well. So I'll probably eat food, and if I feel like it, I might be back in a few hours to finish this storyline, because I've been trying to finish this so badly because I want to play the other games I bought. But I was so bad about playing this game that I'm so behind. That's what ended up happening. Because I was going to play this game last month. Or was it the month before? Oh my goodness. Was I supposed to try to finish this in May? I can't even remember. It was just going to be a game I was playing while I was waiting for other games to come out. And then I totally wasn't streaming for a while. So that's my bad. But we're almost done. We're almost caught up with this storyline, which means I can play one of my other games. And then there's another one coming out later this month because I'm bad at this. I will say this one feels like the chapters are a lot longer than I'm used to, but it is also an older game, so maybe the newer ones have learned to make them a little shorter. I don't know. But thank you so much for joining me. You've been here forever. I'm so sorry, Javi. But I hope you guys who are watching have a great night. If you're watching this on YouTube, you can see my newer stuff on Twitch. And if you're on Twitch and you would like to see the older videos I upload all my VODs onto YouTube. Have a lovely evening. Bye. Bye-bye.